我们会继续去追踪最新的美联储动向。今天是 Walsh 的演讲，演讲的话还有15分钟不到就开始了，是在10点美东的。今天是第一天啊，所以在标题里面呢也给大家去打好了。So he'll be in the House first， 在这一个众议院，然后明天是 Senate， 在那个参议院这一边呢有听证会的。明天的会议有可能是短一点的，因为其实也没有短多少，短的话也应该有2个多小时的，正常的话是三个多小时左右。House 里面有多一点的这一个众议院里面有多一点的这个议员去问问题嘛，所以明天是在 Senate， 那么在参议院的话呢，两院是人数是有显著的一个不同的。今天盘中的话呢，硬件是反弹了，软件被 IBM 的财报拖累呢，是给带动下去了。我等大家进来再进一步的去分析。这里有很多事情在同时的发生。美伊战事这一边呢，今天是周二，所以昨天在美伊的这一个问题上面呢，是大家也看到过去几天呢，是自从上一周我们看到停火呢，开始出现这一个裂缝，开始被撕破呢，地缘政治呢也是有进一步的升级的，所以我们可以看到原油呢，跟昨天 X 上面我在讨论，昨天是在看韩国股市的，韩国股市到了隧道下方的时候呢，确实反弹了，最后尾盘是上来的，延续到了今天的这一个进一步的反弹，但今天也不是纯粹的一个，因为硬件这一边大家会去想的是不是因为软件那一边，特别是 IBM 的财报说了什么去影响了硬件的这个反弹，一会儿会去讨论的。一会儿 Walsh 开始去演讲的时候呢，他通常是会把一份已经准备好的声明呢去给读一遍的，这个第一天和第二天的版本呢基本上不会有什么改变的，基本上是一样的。而这一个版本呢已经公布在美联储的官网上面了，所以他的演讲呢台词呢大家都可以看得到，所以一会儿他在说的时候呢，大家会说他在说什么呢？这个已经公布在官网上面了，所以我们是可以去看到呢他去讨论是什么东西的。这个是非常长的一份这一个声明的。那么在前瞻指引角度来说的话呢，大家知道的，他已经之前讨论过不会去给出前瞻指引了。所以大家可以看到这里面其实已经也给了不少的这一个之后会怎么样的。CPI 今天也有出来的，对，今天有太多新闻了，同时再出来去影响市场了，工作组还有各方面的都是有的，所以这个已经在美联储的官网上面。大家如果去，等一下因为我把那个做了这边翻译 ，Thunder News Events Testimony， 然后大家可以收到这个 Walsh。等一下我来看一下 Walsh Testimony News Events Fed。打入去搜索里面呢 ，Google 第一个弹出来的就是它的这一份的声明。So we'll take a look here。什么时候出来的？1个小时15分钟左右吧，8点半美东的时候出来的。所以今天是 House， 明天是 Senate。他上去念的时候呢，他基本上是把这一边的已经写好的致辞呢再读一遍。所以大家如果在前面在听的时候呢，如果发现是一样的话呢 ，That's where it's coming from. He's just reading off the script here。这份致辞我们是已经有的，然后后面的话呢，就会进入了议员对他的问答会的模式。我把宝二上一次的给弄出来看一下，能不能找到？对，这个是去国会山做的这一个证词。We need the one from Congress。所以基本上宝二坐在美联储主席坐在前面，然后去回答问题。This doesn't really show what it looks like。等一下，然后我们可以看到，不同的 CEO 也会上去做这一些 hearing 的。这里是扎克的，这个是 OpenAI 的 CEO Sam Altman 上去的时候，然后比较出名的一个是抖音的 CEO 上去的时候。 所以今天是轮到了新的美联储主席。美联储主席每半年要去做一次证词的，做一次这一个陈述。Alright， 先做一下音频测试啊，大家能听到我说话的话，可以点个1。对，刚刚起来。我们这边 local time 是6:31 a.m. Sorry, 6:51 a.m. My bad. 6:51。我们先看一下沃尔说了些什么东西。CPI 的话是比预期是少了不少的，这个是帮助了不用这么着急去加息的，因为昨天加息的几率呢是已经增加到了差不多是1半的。大家已经听到我说话的话，可以点个1。我的 X 的连接在我的右上角。昨天尾盘的话呢 ，MOC 就进来了不少买盘的20亿流入标普500指数，QQ 纳指100指数100强指数这一边，纳指100强指数这一边是流入了13亿。暗指是减下去一点的，前一天是有冲上去一点，市场还是比较谨慎的。周四会有，之前我们周四上一次川普在 Prime Time 做 Address to the Nation 的时候，我们也去做过这里的直播的，所以这个要注意一下，应该是对于美伊战事的讨论。上一次就是给了一个更新的，所以这里我们看到原油毕竟现在到了80大关了，这是昨天的。可以看一下这一边的问题了，因为大家会说，那现在反弹了，后面会怎么样呢？后面还是要去看，今天是周二啊，所以正好在看有没有降级的 TACO 的去讨论出来，因为昨天的讨论的话呢，基本上都是还是在升级的，特别是继续在军事这一方面的行动，所以这一方面的利空还没有被完全的给解除掉。大家可以看到，今天有一个事件摆在这一边的，美国海军呢开始对伊朗实行再次的有这一个封锁。So we'll see what U.S. command says. 对，接近美联储在比较放鹰派，因为原油上去的话会让这一个通胀回暖的，所以现在的 CPI 呢是有滞后性的，因为美联储呢也是在看着地缘政治的影响，在看着中东的变化的。So there's the testimony. CPI 来说的话呢 ，headline 头条进来的是3.8，根据美银、Barclay、JP Morgan 各方面的，大多数的投行这一边呢都是在3.7、3.8，BNP 这一边在3.9，高盛也是在3.9的，但 median forecast 中间点是在3.8左右的，所以实际出来的话呢是大低于预期的。因为实际出来的话呢，只有3.5的，非常漂亮的一份这一个 CPI。然后，如果我们去看月对比的话，这是年对比，月对比的话呢，预期是0.1，实际出来的是0.4，年化的话0.4乘以12个月的话呢是4.8的，所以这是非常大的一个月对比上面的降温。核心的话呢，2.8跌到了去2.6了，突然呢，如果我们去看到，因为先有 CPI， 明天应该有 PPI 的，所以明天的演讲这一边的话呢，是走向 PPI 这一边的。CPI、PPI 结合出来呢，我们应该是会能进一步的去见到 PCE 美联储最喜欢的指标的。突然的话呢，感觉这一个故事呢开始往不用这么着急去加息这一方面呢去走动了。所以一会儿我们去听一下 Walsh 的演讲之后呢，可以看一下。加息的几率有没有减下去？因为昨天加息的几率呢是有跑上去的，昨天基本上是接近了1半的几率呢，在2周之后 Kevin Walsh 出来的时候呢，去讨论的时候呢，会有这种加息的可能性的。可以看到市场是抬高到了46.5的，接近1半的几率的。今天这个数字呢，被 CPI 的报告应该打下去了不少了，但是油价还是挺高的。So not necessary， 还是要看一下 Kevin Walsh 是怎么样的一个说法的。我来看一下有没有很多1。Yeah, you see the ones there, so everything is good. 大家可以看到的 destroyed the odds of a rate hike are basically destroyed over here， 基本上大幅度的下降。昨天加息的几率呢高位的时候是接近一半的我的 Xpost 上面有46的这一边大家可以看到，今天在多少呢？ 14.4， 跌了30多点。因为这一份 CPI 报告呢降温降的真的是比较的是多。有没有别的风险？有油价的那个通胀的风险的，但显然市场呢把这个降低了非常多的。Like for comparison， 还有4分钟，差不多应该那一边就要开始了。I have it open already. The ticker is down to 3 minutes. 41.7， 一周前呢 26.7 的几率的，所以这个 14.4 呢，差不多是回到了1个月前的这一个点位的，也就代表呢，大多数的反指呢应该是下来了，美元暴跌美债收益率应该也是一样的，这些都是反指啊。美债收益率呢大跌，已经回去了一点了美债收益率，因为前面我们在等 TACO 交易，是因为美债收益率呢又逼近了 5.1 去 5.2 的，特别是30年。大家可以看到这里反弹上去30年还是很快的，留在高位的 5.08 的。因为通常我们去看不管是解放日关税或者前面一些动静呢，通常美债收益率到了这种非常高的一种水平呢，为了去稳定住美债市场呢，通常我们会见到这一个 TACO 交易的，所以在等这一个点。盘中的话半导体在走强，基本上前面我们看到轮动的嘛，软件应用然后走向半导体的，但今天软件有巨大的利空，所以那边是普跌的，软件应用板块呢都是在领跌股这一边的。道指受了非常重挫，因为里面的成员虽然银行股金融那一边呢是走强的，在财报之后先看一遍啊。Yeah, it's going strong here. 做了财报之后XLF 也就是金融板块，我们来看一下 it shot up， 所以那边是没有太大的一个问题，因为财报季已经开始了但是软件这一边呢是在说这个钱呢是在往 AI 基建这一边去走动，所以软件在业绩这一边呢是不及预期的， so we see a big shift there。 之前呢是有讨论的嘛，也就是说软件应用板块会不会被代替还有各方面的，这一次是在财报里面呢实际的露出了业绩上面的走弱，还有这一个偏差的，而这个资金呢是流向 AI 基建的，所以在建设上面的，所以我们可以看到之前的这个故事呢被延续出来，这些 AI 基建股呢就开始在反弹了。道指里面的成员是有像 Salesforce 这一些的，所以这些公司今天是被拖下来的，但是低开高走 2.45 的已经反弹了，前面跌幅比较深一点的 5% 到6% 左右。 IGV 软件应用板块的指数呢前面是跌了差不多4的，现在已经直线的反弹上来了。So see what happens。 软件硬件这一边的话呢也要比较小心冲高回落的， SOXL 盘前的话呢幅度是更加大一点的，应该有10几个点的，所以现在已经回落了一点了，市场走得不稳。右上角大家可以看到英伟达特斯拉涨幅在 1% 之内，英伟达在205，特斯拉在400附近。标普500指数反弹到了7540 and we're gonna get Kevin Walsh here。 随时开始，一开始的时候是介绍和那份致辞的，所以我们先看一下演讲这一边怎么说法。这是 Kevin Walsh 在他的致辞里面 Underlying inflation over long time horizons is determined largely by monetary policy。 所以这里指向通胀来说的话呢，因为大家会说的嘛，美联储的双方针现在是在看就业呢还是在看通胀， Kevin Walsh 的重点呢是摆在了物价稳定，摆在通胀这一边的。然后看一下怎么样把这个问题解决掉，毕竟已经5年呢联储是没有去达到了 2% 的通胀目标的。 So this is still going on here。 一会儿在 House 这一边we'll see what the questions are。 今天Dow也涨了不少 6.12。 第一个财报先上去的这一周是今天全部都是大投行嘛和银行嘛花旗、高盛摩根大通、美银、富国银行全部都是有做出这一个财报的。明天盘前是欧洲这一边的 ASML 投行这一边的话呢，大摩还有 BlackRock 布莱德这份我比较重视。还有后面如果有 KKR 的话，因为要看一下私人信贷的担忧。周四盘前呢，我们会迎来联合健康、台积电公布了这一个monthly update revenue 那一边也是非常亮眼的，在那个月的业绩上面。然后周四盘后就是第一份大的科技的财报，台积电盘后还会有 ISRG。对生物科技股非常重要的一家公司。下一周是特斯拉跟 Google，作为7强的2位成员呢，是首先会有财报的。So we have back-to-back streams。周三我们会有这一个特斯拉的7月22号，下周三，然后Google 就是在它的转天基本上。All right， so this is gonna start。这里上面也有它的这个连接的 ，you can watch live here。It goes to the same link， 这是在那个众议院这一边的同一个连接 ，just goes to the same place。今天是留在官网上面。So we're at the U.S. House Committee on Financial Services， 这个是在美国众议院的金融服务的委员会的这一个听证上面。So we're gonna get 美联储主席沃什的演讲。Fed has no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation， 所以这里是重申，就是沃什这边的在重申，美联储呢是不会去姑息通胀的，特别是持高的这个通胀。今天 Jamie Dimon 摩根大通的 CEO 呢也是在担忧，也是在讨论这一方面的多重风险嘛。地缘政治紧张局势、顽固的通胀。全球大规模的财政的赤字以及资产价格偏高等等，因为今天是摩根大通的这一个美国最大的银行的财报，所以刚那边CEO Jamie Dimon 是去在讨论这一些风险的。Underlying inflation over longer time horizons is determined largely by monetary policies， 所以在看长线角度，时间海岸也是通胀呢也都是被货币政策去影响的。所以美联储这一边影响的实际上是哪一个角度的呢？是需求，供应他们解决不了，譬如说有房屋问题，他们不可以去建造多一点房屋出来的，他们控制的是需求的，也就是大家的在美国这边大家的这一个钱包。They control demand. If we get policy right, and we will, the inflation surge for the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. 这个就是我刚刚说的那个点，就是把通胀给解决掉，因为今天应该。这2天呢，应该是不会去缺少呢，有来自于议员这一边的这个质问呢，就是为什么美联储5年呢还没有达到2%的通胀目标？Household consumption growth is moderate. Manufacturing output has moved up steadily this year. 生产来说的话呢，是有往上。Here we go. 制造业这一个生产今年稳步的增长，但家庭消费增长温和。Housing sector continues to lag， 房屋市场那边呢还是比较是延缓。Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace， 这个跟前面的那个演讲差不多是一样的，也就是经济还是在非常稳健的在扩展。This is interesting， 因为 GDP now 呢是跌到了1字头，没有在2字头这一边。亚特兰大最新的 GDP now 的这一个数据呢是显示美国的 GDP 呢是放缓的速度的，特别是在 Kevin Warsh 的演讲在6月中那边之后呢，是基本上有很大的一个跌幅。因为他演讲之前，这里6月23号嘛，还有3的，现在是跌到了1点多的，在1.3左右，所以前面的直播我们有讨论过这一点。All right, they're starting.
His first appearance before Congress as our new chairman of the Federal Reserve.
这是 Kevin Warsh 第一次作为美联储主席呢，出现在国会山这边，在众议院。
Of double-dip inflation from the 1970s and early 1980s. And the actions of then-Chairman Paul Volcker was forced to take to defeat it, to know why this second surge needs to be stopped. There's no more punishing tax on American industry or on the hard-working, innovative citizens of our nation than inflation. In its first statement under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, the FOMC said that it, quote, will deliver price stability, close quote. Congress expects the Fed to retain remain focused on that mission and keep it until price stability is achieved. Today, we face the consequences of some of the Fed's former choices. In August 2020, the Federal Reserve adopted a flexible average inflation targeting framework in which it decided to allow inflation to run, open quote, moderately above 2% for some time, close quote, after periods in which it had been running persistently below 2%. This framework, combined with the irresponsible fiscal policy and a slow response to inflation that began in March 2021, led to an inflationary surge the likes of which had not been seen since those early 1980s. In 2025, the Fed wisely abandoned its flexible average inflation targeting framework. Going back further today, we will also review the consequences of the Fed's experiments with large-scale purchases of treasuries and agency mortgage-backed securities, better known as quantitative easing, or QE. Though perhaps justified in its first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global financial crisis, long past that crisis, the Fed repeatedly expanded QE, with the cost of each successive round of QE higher and benefits lower. And while the emergency facilities in QE were resurrected in early 2020 in response to the unknown economic and social ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic, yet with a clear V-shaped recovery well underway, those facilities and policies were not ended and promptly phased out. The result of these decisions was a Fed that held a quarter of the federal debt in 2022, and though that share has decreased, it still creates incentives for fiscal policymakers to avoid the tough decisions on debt and deficits today and leave the consequences to our kids and grandkids. The Fed's regulatory and supervisory policy in the recent past, the Fed has engaged in mission creep, resulting from political capture by certain partisan actors attempting to accomplish policies through the Fed on which they cannot build a consensus and pass through the Congress. From crusades against digital assets to trying to make the Fed a climate regulator, these decisions took the Fed far beyond the boundaries that Congress has
现在发言的
authorized
是
in
美国
statute.
众议院金融
Now,
服
the
务
Fed's role to make
委员
decisions
会
for
的
the
主
American
席
people on major
共和党议
questions
员
of
French
political
Hill。
economic significance, that's Congress's responsibility.
所以这里是去
The
看
Fed
美联
needs to
储
avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and reform itself
怎么
to
样可以去
guard
避免历史
long-term
上
monetary
之前
policy
去做过的一些
independence
错误，
and restore the reputation of the Fed in an apolitical
去恢复
agent
美联储的
carrying
这
out
一个
the
信誉。
Congress's statutory directives. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Chairman, and
所
I
以这里还是指向这一个
now
通
want
胀
to
目标呢
recognize
是没有
our
去达到板
distinguished
块。
ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Walsh, you are taking the helm of the Federal Reserve at an important moment. Congress designed the Fed to stand apart from politics so that it can support stable prices, maximum employment, financial stability, and the long-term interest of the American people, and not the personal interests of a president. Today, working families are being crushed by the rising cost of living. They pay more at the grocery store, more at the gas pump, and more for housing than they did a year ago. Just today, the Bipartisan Joint Economic Committee reported that Americans have paid a total of $56.4 billion more in gas since Trump began his endless war with Iran. That's $477 for each household in America. In fact, the Federal Reserve's own research shows that 1 in 10 Americans skips meals because they simply cannot afford it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump, whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers and businesses. His attacks on independent financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery prices. Despite this pain being felt by American families, there is one family making fistful of money the first family. The Trump family has earned more than $2 billion since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration is supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest, Republicans are legitimatizing all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Walsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid conflicts of interest. That should also be the case for the President of the United States of America. Turning to the Federal Reserve, I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Walsh, to your first hearing as chairman, and congratulations on your confirmation. We look forward to your testimony today on the Monetary Policy Report. In your first meeting, you announced a number of welcome reforms, including establishing 5 task forces that many members are eager to get your thoughts on. For example, former Chair Powell had committed to review some of the Fed's communication tools, and although we expected that to be completed last August, alongside the review of the consensus statement, it is yet to happen. A review of the Fed's communication tools is long overdue, and we look forward to your focus on completing that project through the task force. We also spent time this Congress examining the composition and the size of the Fed's balance sheet, an effort that you are now undertaking at the Fed. It is vital that the Fed get this right. We welcome continued collaboration on that front. And I have a lot to talk about today. I look forward to your testimony and our discussion, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize the ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity,
刚刚是
Mr.
在
Vargas of
去
California,
讨
for a
论，就是
1-minute
通过
opening
今天
statement.
讨论会去
Thank you,
真正
Mr.
的这一
Chairman
个听证会去
and Ranking Member
了解更加
Waters
多
for
对
calling
工作
this
组的
hearing.
这个发
Further,
展，
thank you,
特别是在通
Chairman
信这一方
Walsh,
面。
for coming before this committee, especially so early on after being confirmed. Public service is a noble undertaking, as you know, so thank you once again for taking it on. We appreciate it. I enjoyed our conversation last week, and as ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, I will remain vigilant of the actions you take as chairman. The independence of the Federal Reserve is my top concern. No influence from the president or others to raise or lower interest rates whenever they want to. That independence is one of the essential pieces that maintained the strength and reliability of the U.S. monetary policy. I
这
encourage
依然
you
是
and the
在
entire
重
Federal
申美联储
Reserve
独
to
立
keep
性的
that
重要性，
independence.
不受
The
到总统的
betterment
影
of all
响
of。us, not just a few. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Kevin Warsh, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chairman Warsh, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. Without objection, your
现在
testimony
是
will be
Kevin
made
Walsh
part
呢
of the
去
record.
再读一
I
遍
now
刚我在
recognize
给
you
大家
for
看的这一
5
份致辞，
minutes.
这是提前已经写好的。
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, other members of the committee, good morning. It's a real privilege to join you. At my very first appearance here before this panel, I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, as is our obligation and our duty, I think of a long line of central bank chiefs that have appeared in this very room before Congress in keeping with the Federal Reserve Act. One of the largest figures in Federal Reserve history is Alan Greenspan, who passed away about a month ago after a century of life. We at the Fed recall the chairman's strong and steady leadership,
这我是
his
在致
strong
敬 Alan
hands
Greenspan。
in a period of rapid economic change. And today we honor his memory. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and a system of ordered liberty, an economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications, which I've spoken about previously, are discretionary, but not this one, and for good reason. It's a prudent and wisely conceived obligation designed to keep the Fed accountable, responsible, and faithful to its congressional mandate of full employment and price stability. These obligations are of a piece with the Fed's rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy.
沃什
Just
重
a
申会
month
把
ago, I chaired
通
my
胀给
very
控制
first
住。
meeting of the
过去5年没
FOMC.
有。
Naturally, our work at the Fed demands a proper reading on economic conditions. As you see in our report, economic activity grew at a solid pace, showing remarkable resilience in the face of recent developments. Household consumption, moderate. Manufacturing output, it moved up steadily this past year. The housing sector, however, gives a somewhat different picture and continues to lag. I want to highlight the most striking feature of this economy right now, and it's business investment. The rapid pace, which appears to be accelerating, reflects in part the construction of data centers and other infrastructure, and the immense demand for AI-related equipment and software. Investment in equipment overall increased about 8% for the year in the first quarter. Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of nearly 25%. At the Fed, we don't yet know fully the extent to which the economy will benefit from AI. Yet it seems inevitable that that which we're now calling AI investment will soon just be called investment. Even so, new opportunities for the economy introduce new challenges for central bankers. We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for employment
这里
and
看我
for
们是在讨
inflation.
论 AI 的投资
That
呢，
brings me
给经济
briefly,
带
I'll
来快
end
速
here
的
so
增
I
长。
don't go afoul of the time commitment to the supply side of the economy, which deserves equal measure of discussion. Productivity growth has been strong, predating gains from AI adoption. America's labor force appears stable. Job creation has in fact kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low and changed little over the last year. And we've seen relatively few layoffs. In
劳动市场这
in
一件事
closing,
没
I
有
will say
显示出来
this.
太多的问
I
题，
came
非
to
常的
my
稳
new
定。
position as a believer in the very best of the Fed's traditions. I'm heartened by the welcome I've received and by the encouragement of my colleagues in considering how best to advance the conduct of monetary policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome your questions.
好，刚刚的这一
Mr.
份
Walsh,
致辞
we'll
呢
now，turn to member questions.
现在是到了
I'll
问答
recognize
会了
myself for 5 minutes. As outlined in your statement, inflation is the result of many factors.
Sorry.
Of these, the Fed has control only
刚刚的那
over
份证
one.
词呢，我刚在
Monetary
找，
policy
是在
is
那个美联
expressed
储官网上的。
through its interest rate and balance sheet
直播
policy.
前面我们已经给大家看
Today, a
过了，
potential
所
second
以市
surge
场
of
没做出反应，因
inflation
为这个2 个
is
小时
appearing due
前，
to
差
factors
不多2个小
outside
时
the
前就已
Fed
经有了。
control. What the Fed can't control is how it reacts. Though upward pressure on prices
所
may
以刚刚的那
diminish
个
on
致
its
辞
own,
不是
it's
新的
not
资
a
料，
sure thing.
是2
The
个小
Fed may
时
be able
多
to
前
look
的这
through
个，
these inflationary pressures,
已经大家
but
能
the
看
Fed
到
has believed that before and has been wrong. High inflation affects Americans in the here and now, not in some hypothetical future composed of long-term projections or of inflation expectations. Mr. Chairman, I was very encouraged to hear both in your testimony and your opening FOMC statement about restoring price stability as a top priority for you. When we think about that in the near term, though, how do you and your colleagues on the Open Market Committee plan to accomplish that given the policy tools at your disposal?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want economic growth to be more broad-based, and we want the change in prices, the increase in inflation, to be more limited. There are a lot of things that are happening that are outside of our control, as you mentioned, conflicts overseas and the rest. We can't have and shouldn't have a direct control on that. But inflation's a choice. We monetary policymakers need to choose lower prices, and that's the commitment my colleagues have made. In direct answer to your question, I would say we're doing 3 things. One, commitment, which you heard at our first FOMC meeting, and I hope you heard today, is we're committed to the Fed to deliver price stability. We're committed to the 2% inflation goal. And so for businesses or households or market participants who came into this saying, well, they said before they were committed, but they seem to have tolerated a higher level of inflation, that commitment is resolute. Second thing that we can do is take ownership. This isn't a time for us to pass the buck, to blame others. The Federal Reserve can and will deliver price stability. We have the tools that you mentioned, both interest rates and balance sheet policy that can help us achieve that aim, and we have the tools to deliver that. So it's a function of commitment, responsibility, and tools, and we're 3 for 3, and we'll deliver.
Thank you. I referenced in my opening
我是
statement
在
about
重
the
申呢，会把
2020
物价
decision
稳定呢给控制好，
on
通
tolerating
胀是一
higher
个选择，
inflation, and that
会
it's
把
now
这
been
一是
abandoned
联储
by
会进一步
the
的去把通胀
board.
呢
Clearly, I think
带
that
回来
was
这
a
个目标
policy
的。
error. It was praised by some at the time in August of 2020, but I found it alarming at the time it took place. First of all, do you agree with the FOMC's decision to abandon that? And secondly, how do you consider this past 6 years of experience when you look at the task force work on the framework question for looking at inflation?
Yeah, so there's no secret that at the time that the framework in 2020 was announced, the new framework, which was intended to get inflation higher, that at the time and in subsequent years before finding my way into this job, I was very critical of it. That central bank wasn't the first central bank to ask for a little more inflation and end up with a lot more. It was a mistake. The framework did not succeed in its objectives, and I am pleased that before my arrival, that my predecessors took that and cast it aside. All central bankers are going to make some share of mistakes, but when they make a mistake, they've got to call it out. Had that mistake been called out sooner, I don't believe we would have been burdened with this undue tax over the last 5 years. It's nearly the same degree. That's why we are reform-oriented. That's why my colleagues and I are so driven by these task forces to think about them anew. And in final response, I'd just say one of the task forces you mentioned is to revisit the inflation frameworks that the Federal Reserve uses so that we can better understand what will cause inflation to rise and fall and what we can do about it.
Well, thank you. And you also referenced courage in your opening statement, and you've just outlined the toughness of
刚是在重
the
申，
set
就
of
是去看
policy
一下
choices that you and
通胀的
your
框架，
fellow governors
然后怎么样
have.
去把它给改
So
善。
difficult that your longtime predecessor, Arthur Burns, described that mission as the anguish of central banking to try to cope with the different structures. So in the last seconds I have left, will your task force work review the issue of what you have control over versus what is in the control of the Congress and regulatory and executive branch authority?
Yeah, I'll be brief in my response given the time. There's no anguish in central banking here, Mr. Chairman. We have the commitment, the power, and the responsibility to deliver on the mandate that this committee gave us, and we will. We've got full ability to do it, so you will not hear me blaming anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
每一位
Chairman.
议员呢是有大约
Chair
5分钟的
Walsh,
时间去做这一个
Section
问答
10
的。
of the Federal Reserve Act states, and I quote, "No member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall be an officer or director of any bank, banking institution, trust company, or Federal Reserve Bank, or hold stock in any bank, banking institution, or trust company," quote unquote. This prohibition ensures there's no conflict of interest arising from your role in making decisions as a regulator that could lead to your personal profit. Yes or no? Do you think that's a sensible prohibition?
Check your mic, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Ranking Member. It's the law you've written, and it's the law we will follow.
Let me keep going. Vice Chair Baumann and FDIC Chair Hill testified last year that this prohibition is good public policy as it ensures that bank regulators serve the public's best interest and not their own. Now, unfortunately, President Trump undermined the independence of financial regulators, mandating the White House must now review and approve regulatory rules put forward by banking regulators, including the Fed, except when it comes to monetary policy. And instead of focusing on the job Americans elected him to do, the president grossly profiting off of his position to the extent the president and other executive branch officials now have a say in regulations in the Fed issues Chair Walsh, should those officials be prohibited from owning any businesses where they have a role in regulating them, whether it is crypto company or bank or anything else? Yes or no?
So, Ranking Member Waters, I don't mean to disappoint you, but we're going to stay in our lane at the Federal Reserve. The more we stay in our lane, the more we stay out of politics. The rules and obligations for others outside the Federal Reserve are not something at which I feel it's appropriate for me to opine.
I have here President Trump's
所以我
most
是重申一下
recent
这个美
financial
联储不讨论
disclosure,
这一个政
which
治啊，
shows that Trump
尽
made
量是
billions
留
of
在自己
dollars
的跑道
in
里
the first year of
Stay in
his
our lane.
presidency, the bulk of which came from his family's crypto businesses, all while he is responsible for overseeing the agencies regulating crypto. This is an egregious conflict of interest, and Congress must put an end to it. Now, I want to just show you, in case you haven't had time to look yet.
这是在讨论
This is
川
the
普的
president's
财经的
disclosure
披露，
of his financial
这不是
interests.
在
He
加密
had-
币方
this
面。
is how many pages? 900. This is 900 pages of financial interest. When you have time, I want you to go through them so that you'll know and understand exactly what I'm talking about. So let me ask you, do you believe we must put an end to it?
Ranking Member, you've given us a big job. We've begun in 6 short weeks to tackle the big job, and I'm focused on that.
所以这里是在讨论这一个 conflict of
Well, let
interest，
me
就是
just
利
go
益冲突
further。with the prediction markets.
因为一方面是
I'm
可以
deeply
去
concerned by the potential for regulators to profit
在
from
加
the
密币
use
这一
of
边政策
material
上面有影
non-public
响。
information on prediction markets. There's a
另外
pattern
一
of
方面是有来
insiders
自于这一
appearing
个
to
加密
profit
币的这一
ahead
个
of
利益的，
market
所
moving
以
Trump
这边也是
administration
让
decisions.
美联储
Like
去
when
看一下。
officials with close ties to the administration make trades prior to major tariff announcements. Chair Walsh, what oversight does the Fed conduct over its employees with regard to insider trading? And given the rise of prediction markets, is the Fed increasing its oversight
同时是
for
让
its employees
美联储这一边呢
profiting
再
from the
再去
use
讨
of
论
material
怎么监管自己的员
non-profit
工，
information?
没有这一些利益冲突。
Ranking Member, at the end of my very first week on the job, I sent a letter to the 23,000 employees of the Fed, reminding them the best of the Fed's traditions, which is our culture. And included in that culture is integrity. Included in that culture is ensuring that we abide by the law and the very highest standards. That's a commitment that we've made to each other and will make to you.
Well, thank you. Chair Walsh, in
或者是
2019,
说，
I
刚
posed
一
a
上任
simple
的时候
question
呢，
to
就
former
发给
Chair
美联储
Powell.
员工呢，
I asked,
让
if you
他
get
们
a
去
call from the
记得要
president,
去遵守
and
法
he
律。
said, I'm firing you,
另外一边是
pack
维
up
持这个信誉。
and it's time to go, what would you do? Chair Powell said, of course, I would not do that. The answer would be no.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I asked further, he does not want me to go any further. Do you think the president doesn't have the
He can answer
authority?
that answer, he can give you an answer in writing, and I'm sure he will do that
want the
in a
public to
timely way.
hear.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes the chair of our task force monetary policy, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I
好，前
want
面
to
指数
start
回
off
落了一下，
discussing
但
these
是这
task
会儿又
forces
上
you've
来了，
created.
标普百指数在
Clearly,
右上
Chairman
角。
Hill's monetary policy task
7540附近
force idea is catching fire.
但硬件半导体那一边呢，确实有回落
What
一
do
点
you
的，抛售压力
anticipate
比较
the
大。
result of the task forces to be? Can we expect public reports or other documents? How do you envision presenting the results of these findings, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Right now, they're in discovery mode. I've given the 5 task forces a tall task to go back to first principles, see what we're doing, see what can be improved upon. They were starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important monetary policy in the world. What would we do? Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer? The changes in the economy relevant to that? In terms of disclosure, we're going to make sure that the external independent task forces, which are staffed by some superb Fed staffers, that they get to share their views first with the decision makers. There are going to be 19 of us around the table that are committed to listen to them with an open mind and make decisions. But there's going to be nothing held in secret here. This is a public discussion on these 5, and I'm happy to share the results and the thinking periodically between now and the end of the year, at which point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet. A concern I raised with your predecessor is the potential for confusion on the purpose of adjustments to the Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example, the trading desk announced yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion in bill purchases this period, presumably to maintain ample reserves. I understand not wanting to preempt the work of the communications task force, but can you share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it clear to the markets when shrinking the balance sheet is intended to tighten monetary policy rather than a deregulatory effort to avoid market distortions?
Yeah, you raise a couple of very good points. First, that some of the boundaries of these task forces will overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the communications task force and the balance sheet task force, there might be some overlap in their work. But let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies since the global financial crisis when I last served, the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding have changed massively. They changed first in a period of crisis. That was the design of this new balance sheet policy. I don't want to prejudge decisions that this task force makes, but it's no secret of my long-held views, and I'll just state them three ways. One is the balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point one. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes of this committee and broadly financial markets. And three, as we think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of three distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about it.
前面先是工作组的讨论，然后后面去到了这一个美联储的资产负债表。所以工作组有改变了各方面的话呢，会跟这一边的委员会，还有给公众这一边呢，是去做讨论的。
How are you thinking about financial stability and the threat of fiscal dominance as Congress fails to get spending under control?
然后美联储会远离这一个fiscal policy， 也就是财政部在管的这些财政的策略。
It's an excellent question. As we sit here today, the average duration, that is the average outstanding stock of assets that are held by the Fed and U.S. Treasuries is about 6.5 years. The treasuries that held in the market are about 4.5 years. I understand in periods of crises, like the 2020 pandemic and the 2008 crisis, central banks by design needing to step into markets to create a fair price. But in more benign times, when our overall holdings are larger than the market, that's something where monetary policy is, in the language of former Chairman Volcker, on the edge of its authority. These are among the questions that this task force will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez of New York, for 5 minutes.
Right here. Welcome to the committee. I would like to start with a straightforward, simple question. Do you work for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
这位议员直接去单刀切入去问了啊。
If I'm permitted to say, we're an
independent central bank. We're honored to be independent. Our independence came from you.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. What steps would you take if the president or others in the administration target you or your fellow governors because he doesn't like how many of them are voting on interest rate policy?
It's not my intuition to engage in hypotheticals, but I'll tell you this. The Supreme Court said...
That's an easy way out.
The Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve and the conduct of monetary policy is independent. To the extent there were questions about it, the courts answered those questions.
So what would you do?
这在讨论前面最高法院的
I would continue to do my job.
Okay, good. Chair Walsh, Do you
或者
agree
说是会
that
继续
current monetary
去
policy
尽他的
exists
这一
in
个
an
职责？
extremely polarized and politicized environment?
Outside the four walls of the Federal Reserve, there's no doubt a lot of politics. But my goal inside the central bank is for there to be no politics. To the extent there's politics there, we're going to get rid of them.
Well,
我
I,
是重申他的目
along
标呢，
with
在美联
many
储
on
这一
my
点呢是
side, will say that
美
the
联储的外围的
attempted
影响有很多
firings
政
of
治
a
的，
sitting Fed
但是
governor
像
and
美联储
Fed
内部
chair
呢
in
是
the
没有
central
去
bank's
有这些政治影响。
111-year history is quite the politicization and polarization of the Fed. Chair Walsh, at your nomination hearing a few months ago, you said, and I state, I am committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. You just said that. Are you still committed to conducting independent monetary policy today?
Absolutely.
Given the current mistrust of government and the political environment surrounding your appointment, the decision to limit communications and offload Fed objectives to clandestine task forces with no clear transparency calls your motivations into question. Can you commit today to institute an explanatory framework that details the reasoning of the Fed's actions following policy changes?
I'm here today, Congressman, to do just that. And I think I've demonstrated in my first 6 or 7 weeks in office a commitment to independence and a commitment to reform. Those two are of common importance, and I'm going to deliver on both of them.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Chair Walsh, at your first post-AOMC meeting as chair, you were asked how you intend to handle Fed communications going forward. You answered, and I quote, "We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well be worthy of a press conference." To me, that is not a very definitive standard. Can you commit today to creating a fixed public standard for which FOMC decisions and procedural changes trigger a press conference rather than deciding case by case which ones might be worth it? Yes or no?
So if I can be a slightly longer than yes or no, the last 63 months, maybe 64 months of high inflation above the Fed's objective suggests that it is immediately important to think about reforms, including in communications, and that's what we're going to do. I don't expect any of the change in communications to be about hiding the ball. The purpose of a change in communications is to do one thing right, which is to get monetary policy
I
right.
hear you, but are you instituting any standards that will qualify for a press conference as a worth news for the public and hear us in Congress?
So in a word, yes, and we have a task force that's going to help us think about how to do that and do a better job of getting policy right and
So
making
can-
sure that you know what we're doing and why.
Can you give me a
针对在
single
communications 通
objective
信上面呢，
or
工作组
criteria
会继
right
续
now
去
on how
探索和
you
研
will
发，
determine whether or not a change
但是
at
不是
the
为了去
Fed
隐
is
藏一些东
significant
西。
enough for you to hold a press conference on it?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question in writing, please, for the gentlewoman from New York. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Sessions, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome. We're delighted that you're here. This is your first time here, but you'll get used to coming back. You'll be here twice a year, so your report to
这依然是
Congress
在
is
重新
important, and we do
去
count
那
on the
个提
factual
醒
nature
Cameron Walsh 一
of
下的，
that.
每半年
I'd
都要
like
来
to
一次，
refer, if I can, to
所以
three
会是开始
questions
熟
and
悉
allow
这一
you
边
to
的
speak instead of
环境。
myself most of the time. Number one, housing interest rates, that would be on page 21 and 37. Then understanding better the agricultural stability of that marketplace. I represent a hugely agricultural district. And second, or lastly, the labor market outlook, that's page 16. I'll let the gentleman please move forward, and I'll prompt you now on the first one, housing interest rates. you would please talk to us, your view of that. It's higher than what I want, but you're the person that's in the seat today.
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, prepared remarks, the economy is solid. Financial markets look like they're in very good condition. But when we look at housing markets, the story is much more uneven. 30-year fixed-rate mortgages, which is really the relevance of much of this discussion to a lot of hardworking Americans, it's higher than it's been, and in part, that's because of inflation that has been above the Fed's objectives.
Okay, and looking forward,
这是在讨论房市场，
we
就
have
是
Your goal,
30
what
年
can we
房
look
贷
at
呢
you
非
and
常的
say,
高，
what is our
但是
new
Kevin Walsh
chairman
说这些影
going
响
to
来自于
do
通胀。
about that?
So he's going to deliver price stability with his colleagues at the FOMC. And what we can do in making sure that people are confident that the change in prices is at such a level they don't have to think about it and they don't have to talk about it. That is consistent with long-term Treasury yields being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll look forward to that. Agricultural
所以这里美联
outlook,
储呢
as
是
you
会
know,
继续的去想办法的去稳定物
farmers,
价，
the
这样子人
farm
民不用去
economy
讨论它。
is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not
也就是把
target
长线的通胀
particular
预期呢给
sectors, but that
控制
doesn't
住。
mean these sectors aren't incredibly important. The housing economy matters to the economy, the overall economy, and so does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength. It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including in agriculture, that gives us great comfort that economic growth can be materially higher than it is. We are not afraid of productivity-led growth, and that's not unique to AI. That's across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand that when people talk about the stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market. They have their own investment. And I think that the Secretary can be there to completely continue to remind you of that. Labor market outlook really looks good. Page 16, sir, your take.
Yeah, so the labor market has been remarkably resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning of this a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate. I want you to know, though, that there is no disfavored part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that, and if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either-or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation, the more employers are going to want to hire more workers. So you gave us a
我是重
remit.
申呢，
We
双
take
方这
both
是没有
parts
互
of
相
it
拉扯的，劳动市
seriously.
场和物价稳定。
As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance. We've got some work to do on the inflation front.
劳动市场
Well,
呢
we
是
in
在
the one
有这
big
个平衡
beautiful
的现
bill
象的。
encourage people to
现
go
在
back
的
to work.
主要的工作呢是在
That is
通
why
胀这一
we
方
do
面，
not tax overtime pay and why we do not tax
所以这里是把
what
通胀
would
给
be
控制住
tips.
呢，可以
We
解决
need
不
to
少
get
问题。
people back in
美
the
联储这一份的
marketplace.
观
We
点。
hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
同时，物价稳定可以
Chairman,
去
first
确
I
保
want to
长
commend
线
you for
的
looking to improve the
美债收
data
率呢是
on
利率
which
呢可以去稳
you
定。
base your monetary policy decisions. Up until now, we've relied on survey data as a substantial part of that, and increasingly Americans just don't voluntarily answer survey questions. I want to commend you for declaring your independence. We saw what happens in Argentina, Venezuela, and most notably Turkey when federal central bank independence is eroded. I would say ironically that had your predecessor caved to Trump and lowered interest rates below what economics would call for, we would have much higher inflation today, and that would have been bad for Americans. It would have been absolutely terrible for the Republican Party. So the independent, your agency has saved Donald Trump from himself. And finally, I would say don't rely on this distinction between the Cook and the Slaughter cases. The idea that every congressionally created independent agency isn't independent except yours, you don't want to be relying on that. The distinctions the court makes between your agency and every other agency are rather weak historically. Our capital markets support our business expansion and our economy. Money market funds are an important part of that, buying short-term commercial paper from corporations. Our payment system is designed to meet the needs of honest Americans. That's why we have an anti-money laundering, know your customer rule that makes it a bad system for drug dealers, sanctions evaders, et cetera. There's a rival to these institutions, and that is a cryptocurrency, which literally means hidden money, and is designed to, and then we have in particularly stable coins, which are just like a money market fund, except you earn zero interest, and everything is hidden. Now, the Federal Reserve established liquidity facilities to support money market funds in the last crisis. Will the Federal Reserve support cryptocurrency or stable coins if they face a run-on from investors?
So, Congressman, thank you for mentioning many of those issues. We talked about a lot of them in your office, so I appreciate it. I still have the scars from the 2008 financial crisis.
We all
still
do.
have the scars from the extraordinary efforts that my colleagues and I, under Chairman Bernanke's leadership, had to do. That is not something we want to repeat.
Can you
The
assure
reforms
us
that we need are
that
to
you
try
will
to mitigate that.
not be bailing out stablecoin and cryptocurrency?
So I don't want to, I can be more broadly than that. We do not want to be in the bailout business, full stop.
But your predecessor did provide a liquidity function for money market funds. If, God forbid, we faced a similar circumstance in the crypto world, would you bail them out?
So I want to be very clear. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate those sorts of extraordinary risks. If and when they were to come in the next 4 years, we want to be in a position we're not bailing out anybody, including crypto.
You're not really answering the question. Obviously, everybody prefers our
好，刚刚
economy
沃什
works
给了非
well.
常强硬的姿态，就在讨论货币市场基金呢，之前在
Certainly
期待危机里
concerned
边呢
with，giving
美联储是有
non-banks
去
direct
提供流动
access
性
to
去
the
帮助
payment
的。
system, and
那加密
this
币稳定币
Kraken
这边会不会得到
filing
一样
of
的
the
帮助？
Kansas City Fed is concerning, but I want to
刚
move
沃
on to
什
Basel
是一
III.
路去说，就是我们想尽
Your
量去降低
predecessor
风
said
险，
that
让后面是白
the
道不
capital
会去帮
requirements
助
for banks in 2019 were about right.
任何的
The current reproposal
一方。
substantially raises those capital requirements. Were capital requirements about right in 2019, or should they be higher than that today?
So the good news is we have a proposed capital rule that's out for comment. I'm quite interested in getting
刚沃什指向的是我们不
reports
想
and the
涉足
comments
在
on
这一
that.
个救助的
And I
业务里
look
面，
forward
让你的
to
bailout
reviewing
business。
those and making a judgment. I would say as a first principle, strong capital ratios, strong liquidity ratios, strong supervision, and strong market discipline, they're all of a piece to ensure we don't find ourselves in a world where there's unsafe or unsound institutions.
We, of course, want strong limits. On the other hand, if you go overboard, you hurt economic growth and hurt the economy. I hope in that review process you'll look at low-income housing tax credits, where you've already moved from 400% to 100%. It should be closer to 20%. These are very stable assets.
Gentleman's time has
and
expired.
my time has expired.
Appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. The chair
所以前
recognizes
面
the
就
chair
是
of our
说，就是
subcommittee on
尽量不要
financial
去达到那种
institutions,
金融
the
危机的
distinguished
时候，然后要
gentleman
去
from Kentucky, Mr.
bailout 去美联储去
Thank you, Mr.
救
Chairman, and
不同的，包括
Chairman
加密
Walsh,
币。
congratulations on your confirmation and swearing in as the 17th Chairman of the Federal Reserve. I am grateful for your commitment to reforming the Fed And that appreciation is surpassed only by our shared love for Kentucky thoroughbreds and your love of the great sport of horse racing. Let me just ask you, first of all, since you're swearing in over 7 weeks ago, things seem quite a bit different over at the Fed. A few examples: elimination of forward guidance, abstaining from the dot plot, creation of these 5 specialized task forces, and maybe most impressively, taking accountability. Instead of blaming inflation on the pandemic or supply chain interruptions or tariffs or the Strait of Hormuz, you are saying that inflation is always and every time the result of the Fed supporting printing too much money. Tell me, Mr. Warsh, you appear to be quite different from your predecessors. How are you different?
So I've known 5 of my predecessors. I've learned particular lessons from each of them. I can only be my own man. I served before at the Fed for about 5.5 years under Chairman Bernanke, and I learned a lot of things then. But you're right. In 6 weeks, we have caused, I think, a sea change in new thinking, the beginning of a set of reforms that are going to be put in place across at least 5 dimensions in monetary policy. And it's a broader discussion about reforms that will be forthcoming in everything we do, including supervision and regulation, where there's already been a good start, in payments and the rest. We made a lot of progress in 6 weeks, but I think it's important to use this opportunity wisely. The 63 months of inflation above target has been an unfair burden and has been a tax on the American people and businesses. We plan on getting rid of that tax. If that means we need a regime change in policy and we need new consideration of practices, some of which have been working, some of which haven't, that's what we aim to do, and we're just getting started.
Well, I appreciate your commitment to being different. Let's talk about overhauling Fed communications. This from a Wall Street Journal editorial on June 15th. They write, "Few innovations since 2008 have been as counterproductive as the adoption of forward guidance as a policy tool. The constant yammering, long policy statements, press conferences after every FOMC meeting, nonstop speeches by Fed officials, and above all, the quarterly summary of economic projections has exposed how little the Fed understands about the economy and trapped officials in errant policies." Chairman Warsh, why is it important to do away with the dot plot and end, once and for all, forward guidance?
Well, Congressman, I've made no secret, probably over the last 15 years, of my views on communications. I think when central bankers speak like I am before you, it's either one under obligation, or in this case, under obligation and purpose, which is to share a set of new reforms so that American households and businesses might say to themselves, this is a regime change in policy. We're only beginning it. I'm keenly interested in the views of these 5 task forces, and ultimately, these are decisions that are going to be made jointly. The best of the Fed's traditions are to work collegially, and I've really been quite impressed how open-minded my colleagues have been to take it up, specifically in communications. If we were to share with you our every passing thought, I worry not that there's anything wrong with us, but we're human. And if we were to give you my projection today about what we'll do when we meet in 2 weeks, what we'll do over the course of the year, that we'd then find ourselves sort of taking information that's consistent with our priors and rejecting information that's inconsistent. It's not the way we want to do things. We want to get policy right. And I think being somewhat more circumspect in our communications, at least for me, is a better way of calling balls and strikes.
Finally, thanks for your commitment on dealing with this mission creep. In recent years, the Fed has concerned itself with matters outside of its dual mandate, including diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, and the like. That's why the Fed's joining the network of the greening of the financial system distracted the Fed from the very important job of price stability. How will you keep the Fed from rejoining the network for the greening of the financial system or veering into these peripheral and distracting matters that go beyond the statutory remit of the Fed?
By being very clear of our obligations. You told us that our job is full employment and price stability. You gave us plenty of other hard work to do. We'll have a series of reforms outside of monetary policy. Our plate is full. We will not be wandering into other areas, I can assure you, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back. The gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
大家如果在
You're
看
recognized for
指
5 minutes.
数的话，
Thank you,
标普
Mr.
白指数运行在
And
754右
congratulations,
上
Mr.
角
Chairman.
没有太大的一个变化。
Let's jump into
SK
this,
Hynix 涨得比较亮
because in your
差
testimony,
不
you
多是
talked
接近
about the
15 的
Federal
涨幅。
Reserve's, and I quote, rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy, which is good. Now, as the Chairman Hill has indicated, I also do some foreign affairs work, and I'm very concerned about what's taking place in the Strait of Hormuz and rising cost of gas, because we know that when those prices go up at the pump, it gives higher transportation and energy cost, and they work their way through the economy, generally making groceries higher and household goods, et cetera. So it depends upon handling it. So if the administration's handling of the conflict with Iran contributes to another inflationary shock, will you make the decision you believe is in the best interest of the American people and the American economy in that rightful independent stance?
Congressman, that is always our commitment, to make the best decision we can, consistent with the remit and our understanding of the world. And as I said to the chairman at the outset, we'll deliver price stability.
So, and that's, still based upon what we've seen from the president thus far. Now, I just want to be clear, make sure that, because I got to be clear on this, that if the president publicly pressures you to pursue a different course than the one you believe is in the economic, that you believe the economic data supports, will you follow the president's wishes or follow the data?
My commitment to you is to follow the law and follow the data, follow our very best judgment.
And that's even if he publicly criticizes you for doing it. If you decide this is the way to go, this is what the data shows,
我是重申呢，
and
会
he
去
publicly
保持美联储的独立
criticizes
性。
you and tells you how
这是在
disappointed he's in
议
you
员是在问，会
and
不
all
会
of that,
跟
will
着
you
总统
still
的这
do
些
what
说法，
the data
不
tells
在
you
外面
to
批
do?
评呢，去做
I
出
will, Congressman.
会不会
You
正确
ready for that?
I'm ready to follow the law, and I'm ready for the Fed to deliver on the expansive remit that you gave us. I'll make only one other note. We have a wide lens. We're interested in what's happening in the war. We're interested in what's happening in military conflicts around. We have to take that all in, but then we have to shut the door and make our very best decision. That's what we're going to do in a couple of weeks, and that's what we'll do in the remainder of my tenure.
这
Thank
个
you.
只
So,
是说是
now, I
会
want you
去
to know
遵
that I
守法律，
support
跟着
innovation.
数据去走。
But I also
跟着
believe
这
that
一
the
个
Federal
预
Reserve
算
has a
法授予美联储的这
responsibility
一
to
个
protect the
规善地区
integrity of our
授予
payment
的这一
system
个
from
美联储
political
的权限，
pressure and short-term
去禁止，
enthusiasm.
而不是
And
受
I
到外
believe
来
that
的
the
这个影响。
administration has
因为这里
made
在讨论是地缘
expanding
政治。
access to fintech and digital asset firms a clear priority of his, but the Federal Reserve has long evaluated access to its payment infrastructure based
它来
on
自于川普的这
safety
一个
and
影响。
soundness,
所以我是
operational
重申会
resilience,
跟着
and
数据去
effective
走，
risk
即使
management, and the
如
stability
果
of
是
the
总统批
financial
评的话。
system, not politics, not political priorities. So, can you, and what I should say this also, because what I'm concerned about is that there are firms that's connected to our nation's payment infrastructure that must have robust cybersecurity, fraud prevention, compliance, and operational controls, because failures can undermine public confidence in the financial system and leave consumers exposed to significant harm. So my question is, can you commit that decisions about access to the Federal Reserve's payment rails will remain grounded solely in the Fed's independent assessment of systemic risk, safety, and soundness, and not political direction?
We're going to keep politics out of the Fed. We're going to stay focused on the responsibilities you've given us. And I think you highlight something very important. This new technology revolution, which is hitting the Federal Reserve and the economy, provides huge opportunities. The United States can lead in payments. Our economy can be the strongest in the world and improve its growth rate, but it's not without risks, and we at the Fed are going to strike the right balance between the challenges and the opportunities in payments and more broadly.
Let me just ask this, I got 28 seconds, but what objective standards must any firm satisfy before you conclude that the benefits of innovation outweigh the risks to consumers and the broader financial system?
I like the way you think. A benefit cost test is a good test for economists like us, and if the benefits exceed the cost, then that's the kind of policy, procedure, and objective we want to pursue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner of Missouri. You're recognized for
最后一
5
个地
minutes.
方呢是在讨
Hi,
论
thank
就
you,
是
Mr.
一个政策
Chairman.
带来的利益
And
和它的这
welcome,
个弊处。
Chairman Warsh, and
那如果利益
congratulations
大一
to
点的
you.
话呢，就去
My work
采用。
on the Capital Markets Subcommittee
前
as
面说
chairman
到
has been focused
Cybersecurity 网络安
on
全，
giving
今天
the American
CRWD
people
大涨，
and our small
这会儿涨幅来到
businesses
10%。
more
Palo Alto
options
Networks 同时又
and
上行
access
，PNW
to our
5.83
markets,
to the upside。
giving the everyday investor and the local employer better opportunities to grow their financial future and kind of on their own terms, I'd
标
say.
普500指数恢复
Under
到
the previous
750，
administration,
纳
we
指涨
saw
得比较多，
heavy-handed
道指也
regulatory
转绿。
approach that aimed to strip risk out of our markets entirely. And time after time, the Biden-Harris administration
AMD 涨幅接近
pushed
5%。
policies that limited financial freedom and stifled growth. Our capital markets are, as we all know, the envy of the
AVGO 也
world,
上来了不少
and that is
3%。
because we allow Americans
英伟达
to weigh
2%，
risk and
特斯拉
reward for
1%附近。
themselves
所以英伟达
and make the
AVGO
financial
加起来市
decisions
值
that are best
差
for
不多
them
7万亿的话
and
呢，
their
是
families. Chairman Warsh, at a high
给指
level,
数
how
带
do
来不
you
少的这
view
个帮助。
the Fed's role relative to the financial system, both as a central bank and as a bank regulator? And I guess what I mean is, should the Fed try to engineer all risk out of our economic system, or should it act as a prudent observer that only intervenes when truly necessary?
So, Congressman, it's a leading question, which I can answer with a, we need to strike the right balance. We are not trying to take risks out of markets in normal times. The economic growth that I mentioned to your colleague just a moment ago comes about because of a certain dynamism in our financial markets, which comes from a dynamism in the real economy. That isn't created by the Federal Reserve, but we can be a foundation with clear, steady policies, delivering on the remit that you gave us so that the American spirit and American economic growth can continue to be the envy of the world.
Something on the top of mind
好，这边
for
我们
myself
先
and
做一下突发新闻。这里川普是有比较重要的一个发言，一会儿我会转回去 Cam Walsh 这一边的。但是这里有比较影响市场的新闻。川普霍尔木兹海峡对伊朗以外的所有船只开放。我们将实施全面的封锁，但仅限于往返伊朗的船只的这一个船只。我们可以看到标普500指数刚刚是有反弹的。
moderate
Alright.
long-term interest
现在恢
rates
复
and
到 Cam Walsh 这边
financial
去。
stability. When the Fed leans into one of these goals, sir, it can create ripple effects on the others, forcing a balancing act between
同时，川普是说，我已决定用海湾国家与美国达成的贸易和
Chairman
投资协议来取代
Walsh,
美国支付的
how do you weigh
20%的补偿费。
these different mandates and the trade-offs between them.
So I'm a little different than some in the economics profession on that, Congressman. I do not think we have a cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. I think the mandate that you and Congress gave us are entirely consistent. If we can ensure stable prices, the American economy can thrive, businesses can hire more employees, and the dynamic economic engine we talked about can continue to be the envy of the world. I don't think we have to run a balancing test. I don't think it's an either-or proposition. We're in the business of doing what we can to ensure financial stability over a business cycle and financial cycle, and we're always in the business of ensuring stable prices and full employment. At different times, our focus, our lens has to turn to one of those priorities, but I think they're entirely consistent with each other.
Which leads to my next point here. There are some who believe, Chairman Warsh, that the Fed should be used as an everything regulator, where instead of acting as an observer of markets, the Fed attempts to actively manage them beyond its statutory responsibility.
刚 Walsh 呢是重申，不用
Chairman
去
Warsh,
进
how does
行这
this
一种
mission
的
creep
balancing
affect the
平衡
Fed's
测试。
reputation And should the Fed
从
take
物
action
价稳
beyond
定，还有
those
这一个
specifically
另外的
authorized
双方之
in federal
之
law?
一的充分就业呢，
We should
去做一个
follow
参
the
考的选择。
law. There is a tendency when circumstances get tough for any regulatory agency, any agency to go to the edge of their authorities, but that's when politics enter the door. My objective, the objective of my colleagues is to keep politics out, and the way we do that is we steer clear of things that we aren't authorized to do.
Thank
Gentlewoman's
you.
time has
My-
expired.
My time's expired, and I think
刚刚
that's
前
the
面慢了
answer
一
we're
下啊
looking for. I， yield
因
back.
为我
Chairman
看到有英伟
recognizes
达
the
的那个
ranking
新
member of
闻。
our subcommittee on digital assets,
中信
Mr.
康讯电
Lynch
信
of
和
Massachusetts,
Maginfra
for 5
可以
minutes.
放心购买英伟达
Thank you,
H200
Mr. Chairman.
芯片。
Welcome,
看到英伟达这一
Chairman
边是
Walsh.
涨幅超过
Good to see
2%，
you.
标普500指数接近7560。
Congratulations. I was pleased to see that in your opening remarks, you spoke to the issue of artificial intelligence. And as the ranking member on AI and crypto, I was just curious to try to tease some more of your thoughts out on that. You know, not only in the financial services context, but AI in general. I mean, in the past, the Federal Reserve has been able to identify risks of impact to the financial system, but also in a wider context as well. And I wonder if you'd share some of your concerns about that. And I guess I'd like to know, under your leadership, what will be the Fed's approach on AI and how you protect the system from some of the risks that may be attendant to the adoption of AI.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. We talked about this a bit in your office, and I appreciate the time. This is perhaps the most significant change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I take the new investments in intelligence, in some sense, to be one where we have to recognize it's a huge opportunity, but it also comes with risks and challenges. It is not the job of the central bank to provide or be certain of what the consequences are over the next 12 or 24 months. But we recognize that the United States is likely to be a big winner. The United States is at the forefront of these technologies. Both the human capital and the capital provided from investors are happening here. So the efficient frontier of these technologies are happening in the United States. This is a benefit broadly to our economy. But I don't want to sound overly complacent about it. These technologies also offer threats when they find their way into adversaries' hands. The infrastructure at the Federal Reserve, the infrastructure at our banks, large and small, they must feel new pressure as people are looking to use these technologies to do harm. So these technologies can be used for good and for harm. Over the long term, I think the U.S. is the winner. Over the long term, I think there is a material improvement in productivity, which should have a material improvement ultimately in wages and the strength of the economy. But the long term it can be quite far out, and we've got to monitor things month by month, quarter by quarter as we get there.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is every time we talk about AI, I hear about this race.
是在讨论
It's
人
us
工智能
against China
啊，
or
前
it's
面
us
是在
against
讨论
South
帕里
Korea
劳动
or
力会上升，
countries in
然后
the
薪
EU.
水呀，还有经济呢，都会受益于
The
这一方
problem
面的
with
增
that
长。
thinking is that in this race, and we're seeing the velocity of change is
还是有分歧的，在走势里
enormous.
面，
It's-
我们可以看到
it's,
ARM、MBS 今天都比较弱一点。
exceeding, obviously, our ability to regulate AI. At the end of the day, I don't see the United States as the winner. I don't see China as the winner. I see artificial superintelligence as the winner. That's where we're rushing
汇
along
丰
this
是
course.
下调了 ARM， 所以
And at the end
ARM
of the
那边
day,
受到了
we're
影响。
creating either us, and it doesn't matter whether the creator of artificial superintelligence is a good guy or a bad guy, or a good gal or a bad gal. That superintelligence itself will be the entity that we have to confront. And I just worry about
这依然是在讨论超级智能，让我觉得并不是美国或者中国去跑赢在人工智
what's
能的
going
跑
on
道，
right now.
而是 AI 会跑赢。
There's tremendous
特别是超
resources,
级
as
智
you
能。
know, being poured into AI. I just hope that the course of regulation does not meet the same fate that the regulation of crypto did, where the crypto industry spent close to $250 million up here on Capitol Hill, and they got the bill they wanted. If that happens with AI, we are in serious existential trouble, not only in this country, but in this world. And I do believe that the Fed, in your position, has influence, has the ability to seek out those dangers that others may not identify. And I just ask you to please consider your role and the resources that you have, that maybe you can put a task force together to look at the broader implications of the adoption of AI. They can't even show us, they can't even explain some of the things that they're using right now. The explainability gap is enormous, but I welcome you. I wish you the best. I really do. I wish you the best for all of us.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee. Mr. Loudermilk, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Walsh, welcome. Thank you for being here, and Godspeed with the position you now have, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
First, I want to talk about Operation Choke Point. As you are fully aware, Operation Choke Point 2.0 involved partisan actors at the Fed using, quote, reputation risk as a means to target and debank firms and individuals in the digital asset ecosystem, the energy industry, and really anyone that partisan actors at the Fed believed unworthy of a bank account or loan. This was especially egregious given the fact that the Fed does not have a statutory authority from Congress to supervise for reputation risk. While I'm happy that reputation risk has been wiped from the Fed's guidance to examiners, can you please tell us what steps the Fed can take to durably ensure that statutory silence is never, again, abused by partisan actors to attempt through the Fed what they cannot make through law in Congress, and also what actions that you may be taking?
So thank you, Congressman. Reputational risk has been removed from the dashboard that supervisors and regulators will have anything to do with. My view is that being a good supervisor and regulator is tough business, and we don't need to make it harder by bringing politics into it. Vice Chair Bowman has begun a series of reforms before I arrived in this, and I think you're going to find in the coming quarters and years we're going to continue to reform and refine our regulatory system so that we can have a safer and sounder financial system, and I'll add a more competitive one too.
All right, thank you for that, and we appreciate your work in that area. The Fed currently holds a considerable share of federal debt and has for almost 2 decades now. With a ready buyer and low interest rates, it's not surprising that Congress has been incentivized to run up large and growing deficits over the same time frame. You've spoken before about the Fed's role here and the threat of monetary dominance and fiscal dominance. How can the Fed get out of the business of underwriting Congress's fiscal irresponsibility?
One thing we can do is think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. This might not sound like perfect virtue, but when we have a crisis like in 2008 and 2020, my view is you created the central bank to take extraordinary actions. In more normal times, in a more normal business and financial cycle, fiscal policy needs to be a decision that you make with the administration. Fed should have nothing to do with it. I've set up a task force to focus on the balance sheet, to ask the question first, what's the effect of the balance sheet on the conduct of monetary policy and ultimately inflation? Second, what are the pros and cons of different regimes? I'm not of the mistaken view we can go back to where we were when I arrived at the Fed in 2006, but I think there are several other sustainable equilibrium we can achieve. And the third question is equally important. It took us nearly 18 years to find our way into this balance sheet. We're holding a lot of long-term Treasury debt, long-term mortgage-backed securities. We won't be able to make changes overnight. Any changes that we make would be well deliberated, would be public, would be understood, and there'd be quite a bit of time before any of that was operationalized. I look forward to the recommendations of the task force, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues around the FOMC as we contemplate alternatives.
Well, thank you for that. And what are your greatest concerns with regard to the threat of monetary dominance?
Yeah, so you have a different job than we do. The independence that many of your colleagues have spoke about this morning is a political and economic decision to give us the pen on interest rates, to let us be the deciders of monetary policy. I've always taken that as part of a bargain. You're giving us independence in that, and my judgment is we should be staying out of fiscal policy. We shouldn't be weighing in, no matter how tempting it might be, either directly by buying assets that have some flavor of fiscal policy, or by opining on subjects that really isn't our business. We're going to try to stick in our lane at the Federal Reserve. We've been good at that for the last 6 weeks, but there's always a temptation to wander in other areas. I'm going to try to be reserved in my comments on fiscal policy with you and your colleagues. That's your job, it's not mine.
Well, thank you for those answers.
然后
Very
重申的是
thorough
不会
and
去
very refreshing to hear. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
参与在这一个
Gentleman yields
财部那一边的政策里
Chair
面
recognizes the
当
gentleman
然
from
不会
Houston,
回到
Texas, Mr. Green, who is a
以前
ranking
的这
member
种
of our
的
subcommittee
水
on
平
oversight and
然后美联
investigations.
储
Mr.
要考虑
Over here,
到什么时候
Mr.
跟财部这边
Thank you,
购买这个债券。
Mr. Chairman, I thank the ranking member as well, and I welcome you to the committee, Mr. Chairman, but I would also say to you that I will pray for you. And I'll pray for you because many of the questions that have been predicated today
这会儿川普
hinge
是有那个
upon
直
a
播的，
belief
跟伊拉克
that
总理
you
呢是
will
在
sanction
进
the
行
president's
双边的会。
desires. It is thought among the
这
general
市场是
public
受到多方面的影
that
响
you're。in the position you're in because the president could not have the influence that he wanted to have with the prior chair, and he believes he can have it with you. So I hope that you will stand firm and honor your commitments that you're making, though some of them are not firm commitments as I understood your language. You indicated that you're interested in war. I appreciate this, but I believe you should also be interested in speculative bubbles. My assumption is that you are. Are you interested in bubbles, speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
We've got a wide lens. We spend a lot of time thinking about what's happening.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Now, given that you're interested in speculative bubbles, let's just talk about a bubble that occurred. President Trump's meme coin, $Trump, profited an average of $1.74 million per day over his first year. $1.74 million per day. This amounted to approximately $636 million in total royalties and licensing fees generated at its launch. While this was happening, during that same period of time, nearly 1 million investors lost a combined $3.8 billion. This is because that meme coin lost value, dropped precipitously in value. It was a bubble, by the way. It is nothing. Anybody who's listening to me, if you've invested in a meme coin, you've invested in nothing. Zero. In a righteous world, it would be illegal. But given the Secretary of the Treasury that we have currently, it is not. And that's very unfortunate. SEC, the Secretary of the SEC, it is not. I think that we should concern ourselves with these speculative bubbles. And whether you like it or not, you have to concern yourself with it because when you lower interest rates, you lower the rates such that there's more capital available for people to use for speculative reasons. So you have to be concerned about it whether you want to or not, because you don't want to see a speculative bubble. Can I have your assurance that you will be concerned about these speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
So, Congressman, we want a resilient, strong, safe financial system, and we are looking at financial markets and we're looking at the real economy to make sure we deliver on what we can. Some of these other subjects are really more in your purview and responsibility than
they're in my purview. Excuse me for interrupting, but I have to. They're in my purview, but only because I choose to have them in my purview and I make an issue of them. I have to vote on them. But they're in your purview too because you decide whether the rates go up or down. And if you lower them, then people can engage in these speculative bubbles, such as the Trump meme coin, And they can lose a lot of money. Losing billions of dollars while the president makes millions on a daily basis. This is the epitome of ridiculosity. At some point, we all have to take a stand, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be your opportunity. You're going to have to take a stand at some point because this president is interested in making money. He puts money ahead of the people of this country. The people of the United States of America are secondary when it comes to the president. They may even be tertiary or quaternary, but they're not first. And at some point, you're going to have to make a tough decision as it relates to this president. Look, I'm not going to prejudge you. I'm going to assume that given your statements and the latitude that the Supreme Court has given you, that you'll make the right decision. But you're going to have to be concerned about a speculative bubble, especially as it relates to crypto. This is something that we'll all have to address. I thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisiger of Michigan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Warsh,
的
congratulations. I join many of my colleagues in seeing you there as a very positive thing. In late 2021 and 2022, as has been referenced by a few others, the Fed had recognized inflation was not transitory. I'm reminded of actually a hearing we had where we had then Secretary Yellen, former Fed Chair Yellen, sitting next to then current Fed Chairman. And when I brought up the question about whether it was transitory, they did not have the same answer. And, it was interesting seeing how that lag sort of played into the fear that many of us had that there had been more to this foot dragging coming out of the Biden administration. The quick question is, while the appropriate speed of a response depends on what is driving inflation, I think you would certainly agree. I'm curious your view of how the Fed should make that judgment and act quickly once it does, because I think, as has been pointed out, there was a lag.
So, Congressman, I appreciate the question. We only look to the past for lessons learned. We're not trying to relitigate the decisions that are made of our predecessors, but the reforms that I've already announced in communications, the task forces that have been established, are an attempt to make the conduct of monetary policy better, swifter, more sound, so we can deliver price stability. Our number one objective is to get policy right, and my judgment, as I said to one of your colleagues before, is that demands an open mind. That means not pre-committing to decisions before we take it up inside the four walls of the Federal Reserve. And so you'll hear from me a lot less forward guidance and a lot of listening. Generally, as a practice, what we're going to try to do, especially at the beginning, is deeper, more serious discussions among us, fewer pronouncements.
So I appreciate you don't want to relitigate the past,
所以美联储呢，
but I do
在这里
think
边是会有更加多的
as we
讨
all
论，
know, we also learned from
然后出
history.
来去做这
And
一个
during
发
the
布。
previous administration, the Fed took some pretty major regulatory actions, some within its statutory authority, and my view, maybe excessive, but others that were clearly beyond what Congress had really authorized. And you know, everyone agrees a safe and sound banking system is essential to monetary policy, the economy, and the American people. But when the Fed exercises exceeds its statutory authority or reinterprets old laws to claim new powers, that to me is mission creep. Can you assure us that future bank regulatory proposals will respect the important procedural guardrails established by the Administrative Procedure Act? The APA has been in many ways trampled, I believe, which often received only nominal consideration under the previous administration. How are you going to handle this?
So we're going to follow the law just as you say. You've established a set of laws. There's a set of regulations by which changes in supervision and regulation, changes in guidance can be made. We intend to follow them with an objective, as you mentioned, of a safe, sound, and again, I'll add, competitive banking system. This is a huge strength for the United States, and our banking system is stronger and more resilient than most around the global economy.
Expound a little bit about your views of the importance of a banking system to the American people and the benefits to them of a Fed sticking to the authorities that Congress has given it, and rather than going far afield.
Yeah, so we've got to keep politics out of the Fed. Politics can find their way into the Fed through any of the range of powers that you've given us. Our supervisors and regulators have a lot of authority over the thousands of banks that are regulated in the United States. Explicit authority, and also authority when they knock on the door and they ask a series of questions. One of the great strengths of the U.S. economy is the diversity of institutions we have in the banking business. Most of the G20 counterparts we have, they have a handful of banks. They're implicitly backed by their government. One of the untold strengths of our economy is the diversity of our banking system. We've got regulators that need to ensure that the regulation and supervision are tailored to what happens in those institutions. One size fits all might work for other countries. It doesn't work in the US. And the vision I have, Congressman, is liquidity and credit that comes up from the real economy through the banks.
Thank you.
And gets aggregated, not top-down liquidity provided by the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Cleaver. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, before I ask any questions, to express
全世界的角度来说的话呢，跟 G20 的不同的成员国里面来去对比的话呢，美国的这一个银行系统呢是领先的，和非常的稳定。
My partner Mike Flood and I the opportunity to go out and deal with this housing issue that, frankly, I think is going to add a whole new dimension to our ability as a federal government to increase this human need for housing. So thank you very much. I appreciate, and I know he does as well, all of the freedom that you guys gave us. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, congratulations for your new step and your career and for being here. I appreciated having a good conversation with you prior to this hearing. And I'm sure that you're not surprised that there's a great deal of interest in independence. And in theology, you said there are 4 endowments of the human species. And
这个直播通常是3个小时左右在这一个会议上，所以我们暂时是1半左右，到了1个半小时了。
Interested in a declaration of independence, if you will. Wax eloquent on your view about the independence of the Federal Reserve.
So the independence of the Federal Reserve is sacrosanct. Part of the reason for the Fed's power comes not just from a printing press, though it can be useful from time to time. It comes from our credibility to make the best choices we can, consistent with the law that you've written for us. And that credibility is bolstered if we are and are perceived to be independent. And so that's a commitment I can make to you, because that's the way we can best do our job.
Well, thank you very much. Independence is a big deal in the real world, and then certainly with the Federal Reserve. But I also have to say that you know, there is a terror of the unknown, part of who we are. And the oldest and strongest of the human emotions is fear. It's almost the first thing we have. Even babies will jump because there's a fear of falling. Even they may not even realize they're in the world, but there's this fear. And I'm not sure what to call this, maybe AI anxiety, but I clearly have it. And and it's only, my youngest son is an actor, and it would be inappropriate for me to tell everybody here to watch Sweet Magnolias on Netflix. However, I am concerned, he's concerned, as many of the people in that business, about what AI can do to that whole profession. But there's this fear that at some point that AI may become more intelligent than human beings, and then put us in a situation where we become obsolete. Do you have, as the chair of the Fed, the Federal Reserve, concerns about AI that you wish we knew and would address?
Thank you, Congressman. This is the most exciting opportunity, but with it comes the kinds of risks and challenges that you highlight. We at the central bank need to look at these with a view towards what do they mean for our mandate? What does it mean for our expectations of inflation over the next couple of years and beyond? What's it mean for employment? You told us that's our job. And so we have to look at artificial intelligence and the surge of technology with open eyes about it. I must admit that part of these challenges, I see huge amounts of talent and thinking inside at the Federal Reserve, but I wanted to bring in some outsiders to share a view, so I've created a task force on productivity and jobs to help us think about that connection. We're not outsourcing anything. We're ultimately
Gentleman's time has expired.
We're ultimately going to make these decisions, but American ingenuity has found its way into artificial intelligence, and it's an exciting time, but one that we're not complacent about.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, thank you for being with us today. A year ago on Saturday, the Genius Act was signed into law. And with that, a series of deadlines for rules to be promulgated began, and the clock began to tick. You've came into your job confirmed approximately 2 months ago. The deadline for the Fed to promulgate rules is this Saturday. Will the Fed meet that deadline?
Well, it's a fair and open question. I have been corrected. I've not been in the job 6 weeks, but 7. We're racing to put that out by this deadline. I'll just add one other thing, Congressman, without taking too much of your time. I think rulemakings from the bank regulators are best when we have a family fight between and among us, so that there would be one proposed rulemaking for comment. It might not be exactly true this time, but that's my objective, that we'd be coordinated in issuing our rulemakings at the same moment.
I appreciate that. I think from this body, I think there's a huge opportunity with stablecoin, in particular, to make sure that consumers are protected. That was one of the drivers of us passing that legislation. There's a lot of work to be done. You're new in your new role with the Fed, but we would like to be updated if, in fact, that deadline is not made. And then, in fact, when those rules will be promulgated, we're all anxiously awaiting, so appreciate your attention to that. Let me shift gears. There's been a lot of talk about AI, obviously, as any new technology, as you have said, brings forward opportunity, but also risk. One argument, of course, is the labor market could collapse. We heard that offered by a couple of our colleagues. Of course, as we look back at other technological cycles in the United States, we've actually seen standard of living increasing. Jevons paradox tells us that actually as technological cycles come through, we have opportunities for greater employment, in particular if we get the rules of the road right, as in many ways the United States has in previous technological cycles. How are you analyzing your role with full employment, in particular as it relates to this next technological wave?
If this cycle, Congressman, is like the previous positive technology shocks, the U.S. will be richer, will be more productive, there'll be more labor, there'll be more wages, there'll be more compensation. That is, if this follows prior trends. This technology shock is likely more significant. This is probably the biggest change in my adult lifetime, because it's not just the creation of a new widget. What it is, it's changing the method of innovation and the speed of innovation, And I can't think of a country on earth as well positioned to take advantage of it. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it can lead to disruption. My own best guess is that the advent of the technology will be augmenting existing work, that employees that were there will be more productive. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the lump of labor fallacy. All the jobs that are there have already been created, and the technology will remove some. Well, it might be disruptive in the near term, but it'll create a lot of other jobs. Just to give one example from history, and then I'll close. Who knew at the creation of the internet that the internet would create 1.5 million Uber and Lyft drivers? I certainly didn't. So I want to be very open-minded about the job-producing elements of it. But we have a day job, and it's to deliver on price stability and full employment. I've asked this outside task force of a few incredible experts to think hard about it over various time horizons, and we'll keep our eye on making sure we deliver in every one of those time horizons to ensure stable prices and full employment as best we can.
就在讨论对 AI 的影响对后面的就业制造各方面。所以刚刚看沃什用了一个比较有趣的这一个比喻，互联网刚制造出来的时候，大家也没有想到后面会有网约车。去在 Uber 用户这一方面去给大家去制造出来很多就业的机会。
rather than encouraging
所以要看后面
that
这一
here
些
in the
技术
United
是怎么
States
样
of
的
America.
发展，往哪
With
个
30
方向走。
seconds left, a lot has been said on the positive numbers that came out today. How does that shape your short-term and long-term outlook with the final 25 seconds?
So it's one data point. The reason I create a task force on data is I don't want to overread or cherry-pick data. There might be some that look at this morning's data and say, oh, mission accomplished, everything is swell. That is not my view.
Cognizant of the time, appreciate you being here today, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
所以工作组也是同时会帮沃什去看数据的，并不是代表像今天早上的数据 CPI 大好，然后美联储的这一个责任就结束了，这也不是沃什的看法。沃什前面去说 AI 呢，短期这一边呢是会去影响到这一个就业市场的，但是应该是会去增加所以去创造新的这一种的就业的机会。Create new jobs.
They came to Congress to ask for a $700 billion bailout. Watching the sweat drip down.
然后我觉得 Ken Walsh 的看法是这一个，如果让他猜的话呢，人工智能是去辅助、帮助增长这一个就业，而不是代替。
And these, as you know, were absolutely crucial in preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the U.S. dollar is the world's indispensable reserve currency.
并不是 mission accomplished。对于今天早上的数据，对于 CPI 做出反应，所以市场回落了一点。
And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House
因为这代表
who sees
就是有
his
可能
every
higher
power
for
as a
longer，
means
利
of
率还有维
rewarding
持
his
在高位，
friends and punishing
更加
his
久的时间
enemies
去
to
打压通胀。
And we saw that an example in the Argentine bailout, where he implemented swap lines using the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Fund. I think he pretty much maxed it out. But to reward one of his MAGA allies internationally with a $20 billion loan
中东前线这一边
at
是
global
有一些
market
新闻
rates,
出来的，所以影响了
or
股市的
probably
走
couldn't
势
get a。loan from anyone at that point. And so the question that I have, that when you and the FOMC are operating those lines, particularly in times of crisis, do you see yourself as an agent of the president or as an independent actor?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question. The swap lines that we put in place in the 2008 financial crisis, like you, I think, played a remarkable benefit in trying to mitigate the risks for the U.S. economy. And it reinforced that the dollar is the dominant currency in the world. Now, my judgment as central bank chief is to let the dollar policy be discussed by the Treasury Secretary and leave that to him. But historically speaking, I think the swap lines played a major role. The dollar liquidity swap lines that the Fed has put in place are about the conduct of monetary policy. So those are independent, but I just want to distinguish one thing. The Treasury has separate authorities and can use the Exchange Stabilization Fund for swap lines that are unrelated to our powers and responsibilities.
Right. Yeah, but the Fed's the big dog in swap lines. I mean, the ESF is, I think it's somewhere a little bit north of $20 billion, I think, is the most that they could deploy, which they did
much, I have to say, not to the benefit of U.S. farmers that I represent, but anyway, he decided to bail out his friend in Argentina. But that was the Treasury, and that was different. So the question is, what happens if there is a crisis and you get a call from the president and says, I got this friend that I want you to bail out or punish by politically allocating those swap lines? Is there an independence there that we have to protect as well?
So the independence in the conduct of monetary policy and everything that comes along with it is independent. But just to go back to the 2008 financial crisis, when all that happened, as you'll recall, the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chairman, they often had to work in tandem. It's hard to distinguish in crisis times, separate from more benign times, exactly where those roles and responsibilities are. And when we put in those swap lines, when I was a governor at the Federal Reserve, I remember frequent discussions between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. We have our independent authority, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that in 2008 or 9 we did that without a discussion with the Treasury.
Okay, well, I just, be very careful of that, because you are going to be coming under extreme pressure. Now, let's say I applaud all of your focus on data, which we talked about when we talked, and in particular your need for better real-time data. The question of whether we could have picked up the inflation earlier with more leading and real-time indicators, I think is a very valid point. I applaud you for having your committees investigate that. But does this interest also go into real-time regulatory information as well, which I think is really going to be crucial in a world where there's 24/7 banking operations? Banks and financial institutions can get in trouble fast. And so are you also going to be looking at the need and benefit for regulatory data on a faster time scale?
Absolutely. I've only been here for 7 weeks. The focus in those first 7 weeks, I must admit, is making sure that monetary policy gets back on track. But many of these lessons learned, like in data, how do we make real-time decisions isn't just as monetary policymakers, it's as supervisors and regulators. The world, as the discussion about AI suggested, the world's moving faster.
Gentleman's time is
The world's
expired.
accelerating, and the Fed has to move with that speed.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, thank you for your testimony today and frankly for leading at the Federal Reserve. The Constitution gives Congress the responsibility for monetary policy, and since 1913,
刚才讨论 swap lines 美元的流动性的互换额
a lot of
度是
people
货币
say,
政策的一部
well,
分。
what did we create when we created the Federal Reserve? And the fight over the shape of our monetary policy is as old as Alexander Hamilton versus
说
Andrew
到美元
Jackson.
另一边呢
So,
Yankee
I
Trade 大家也
think
在
a lot of my
看的。
constituents wonder, what happened to the purchasing power of their dollar? So could you share with us what you consider to be the definition of sound money, and what's the state of that today?
The discussion we had in your office was a lot of economic history about the first and central bank of the United States. I'm gratified that this is our third central bank in the United States, and it's more than 100 years old, and hopefully we've learned some lessons. One of those lessons is ensuring that we are as focused, at least as focused on the real economy as we are the financial assets and what's happening on Wall Street. This committee had long committed to a 2% inflation target. That is our resolution. That's what I'm here to say and double down on. But as we discussed privately, I'll say publicly, my broader definition of price stability is a change in prices such that households and businesses don't have to worry about it, don't have to think about it. And the test today about whether inflation is too high is represented by this committee. Inflation is the dominant set of questions because it matters to households and businesses. I'd like the change in prices to be such that no one's talking about it. That was a definition from the Volcker era, and I dare say the Greenspan era. It should suggest to you that as I sit here today, this Fed will deliver price stability consistent with what we have been saying for several years, which is inflation shall be delivered at a level of 2%. That broader price stability objective is still one in the back of my mind, and we'll see whether there's further reforms to be had.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because if you measure it by what people are talking about, they know that the affordability isn't there, they know the purchasing power isn't there, and whether you put it in number like 2% or whatever, you look at
当时在
for
讨
the
论
long
美
run,
联储
it's
的
been
改革，特别
significantly
是
higher
2%的
than
通胀目
2%.
标。
But it seems like
所以
one
这
of the
里
biggest
2%
roles of
的
the Fed
这个
is to
通胀目
prevent
标还是维持
deflation.
摆在那边
And
的
if
重
you're
生
going to
影响。
have a number where the mean is 2%, and you've got a long period of time where you've had it well above 2%, you'd have to have some significant periods of time where it would be below that. But I wish you the best in your challenges because my constituents are counting on us to get this right. It truly is one of the most consequential things for our country. Sound money is truly essential to defending freedom. So I think the stakes are really high. One of the things that we look at is the connection to the way that the market functions. The Federal Reserve covers massive fiscal deficits, and they certainly do that when they're the purchaser of treasuries. They load up their own balance sheet. In some ways, you don't get a price signal. What's the real 10-year? What's the real 30-year? Well, when the buyer is the Federal Reserve, you don't know whether they're creating a higher rate or preventing a higher rate from happening because it distorts the market. And we also talked about in this regulatory role, there's a sort of bridge between the Federal Reserve as a regulator and a monetary policy role. So I wonder, when we think about what we created with this version of the Federal Reserve, do you consider the Federal Reserve subject to executive authority? I mean, when there are executive orders that are issued, let's say just relating to the regulatory side, not monetary. I get some of the concerns on steering monetary policy. Presidents have always had an opinion on that. Well, if you put out a regulatory framework and the executive order relates to the regulatory structure of the Federal Reserve, is the Federal Reserve subject to executive orders?
So it's a good question. Let me say a word, if I can, in 53 seconds about that, and go back, if I can, to say something about what you were talking about in setting prices rather than taking prices. First, as you know, I'm prepared to do everything I can to ensure the independent conduct of monetary policy. You can hear from all sorts of people, but we're going to call it the best we see it. On regulatory and supervisory policy, I do think it works best when the bank regulators, who you've all given authority to, when we can work in concert. I tend to not like it when there's a regulatory arbitrage, if an institution's trying to choose between whether to be regulated by the OCC, the FDIC, or the Fed. So I'm encouraged to have a robust discussion with my colleagues at other bank regulators about what we think is the right public policy. But if we think that the right public policy is different than theirs, we'll put it out for comment and notice, perhaps even as early as Saturday.
Gentleman's time is
Thank you. My time has expired, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on national security, Ms. Beatty, also of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Chairman Walsh. Thank you for being here today. And let me first start out by thanking you for reaching out to have a dialogue with me, and I look forward to making that happen. Also, I certainly appreciate your response, particularly to Congressman Meeks and Congressman Foster, on you holding firm on independence and that you would protect the data and the law. That goes a long way with me. I want to start with a question about the housing market. As you're aware, the Federal Reserve monetary policy heavily influences the United States housing market through setting of benchmark interest rates that directly dictate the mortgage rates and housing affordability. Many homeowners were able to access mortgages at historically low interest rates during the pandemic, but rates have more than doubled since then, and I'm concerned about the impact this is having on first-time home buyers and minority borrowers in particular, who are also facing high home rates and insurance policies. Homeowners are exiting pandemic-related forbearances and also are struggling to enter into affordable repayment plans due to the high interest rates, which in many cases could push them into foreclosures. Now, I understand that the Fed can't increase housing supply or prevent foreclosures directly, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the impact of rate hikes on the housing market, especially for those more vulnerable homebuyers. And certainly, you know, we have a new amazing housing bill, the 21st century. I have to get that plug in, that I have 6 bills in that. So now I yield to you.
Thank you, Congressman. We stay out of housing policy, and as the debate that's been had in this room suggests, you all have a lot to say about what housing policy is going to be. But I don't want to suggest that we don't touch it. We don't target housing, we don't target any particular sector, but the decisions we make have a big effect on housing. Yes. And housing plays a huge role in most households' family budgets, in their savings. So we recognize the importance of it.
And rate hikes. Correct.
Absolutely. We, as I said in my opening statement, I think broadly about the conduct of policy today. I sounded quite optimistic about what was happening in manufacturing, what was happening in output. But you heard me say a somewhat more cautious note about housing. And I think that's in part because monetary policy, when rates were cut to extremely low levels, provided what was thought of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the first house. I would prefer a set of monetary policies that are not boom and bust, that don't just make one generation more fortunate about being able to afford their first home than the next. So what we can do in monetary policy is try to be clear about our objectives, deliver price stability in the context of full employment, and not react overtly to any data that happens one day or the next.
But
we have an effect on long-term rates, and we take it very seriously.
And you'll be sensitive to the issues that I'm bringing up. Okay, in my last minute, let me now turn to fraud and scams, which is one of the top concerns that we've been dealing with lately in this committee and my subcommittee. As you know, payment frauds, including scams, often involve multiple institution and payment methods, and no single agency or entity can solve it alone. What specific role do you believe the Fed Reserve should play in helping build a more coordinated cross-sector approach to frauds and scams?
Yeah, so it's another fair one. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, which the Fed is a key member of, fraud is on that agenda. That committee is run by the Treasury Secretary under the law, but the Fed has equities there, and the Fed needs to ensure that, especially with this new generation of technologies, that the American people don't lose confidence in our payment system, don't lose confidence in the banking sector that we regulate. So we do have an important role to play there as well.
I'm gonna interrupt only because I have a few seconds later. I'm glad you mentioned this new generation. I've received feedback that better information sharing between financial institutions and online platforms is key. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Real-time information between lender and borrower is a way to make credit more available to more hardworking Americans.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, and thanks to Ranking Member Waters for holding the important hearing. And Chair Walsh, thank you for being here with us today. Chairman Walsh, prices for agricultural inputs have, after experiencing a spike during the Biden inflation that began in 2021, have remained stubbornly high. Needless to say, families are also in my district were themselves hit by the rise in food prices that began under Biden and your predecessor in 2021. And grocery prices remain persistently high. This strains household budgets and makes it harder for people in my district to put food on the table while also paying for all of life's other necessities that are also more expensive following that inflationary period. We saw in the 1980s how hard it is to deal with persistent inflated prices and the difficult decisions it can place on the Fed to get and keep them under control. Can you please tell us what is the Fed doing and what do you intend to do to ensure that a resurgence of inflation does not materialize?
So that's job number one. We cannot, I don't want to overstate, we cannot have a direct, immediate effect on short-term particular prices at the grocery store or in agricultural goods. But the job you gave us, and the job we are resolute about accomplishing, is to make sure that any short-term changes in particular prices don't broaden out, don't change to a generalized change in the price level. Unfortunately, that's what's happened for the last 63 months, and those days have to be a thing of the past. I'll make one other note. Good economics, going back a couple of generations, talks about sticky prices. And the longer that prices have been above the inflation target, it's usually a bit harder to dislodge them and get them lower. Our job, my commitment to you, is to take sticky prices and to unstick them.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment, so I thank you for your perspective. The Fed made some interesting judgment calls during the last administration when it came to its supervision and regulation decisions. Whether it was the war on digital assets, the crusade to make the Fed a climate regulator, or the use of reputation risk to debank disfavored firms and individuals, the Fed allowed itself to become the instrument of partisan actors pursuing goals beyond the powers that Congress has authorized. The Fed needs to stay in the lane that Congress has handed it and not veer off course whenever political winds shift. When the Fed does the latter, it undermines its standing in the eyes of Congress and the American people. Chairman, would you commit to getting the Fed back to truly sticking to its lane, and if so, how do you plan to do it?
So I can make that very commitment. Our credibility in monetary policy, our credibility as supervisors, our credibility in payments, these are all tied together. And the way we erode that credibility are two things. We wander outside of our lane into your lane or into the lane of another executive branch, or we don't deliver on our promises. The first thing we can do is to deliver on our promises, and the second thing is, as you said more eloquently than I did, stick in our lane. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you again. Both the G7 and the administration have issued statements or executive orders on quantum computing, encouraging financial authorities and U.S. federal agencies to step up their timetable for transitioning to post-quantum computing encryption algorithms. With just a few years until experts warned that quantum computers could break widely used encryption algorithms, what is the Fed doing to address this future risk?
Yeah, so like you, Congressman, it's a future risk. Since I graduated from college more than 30 years ago, quantum computing was always just a few years away. I hope we're there this time because like in artificial intelligence, I think the United States can be a huge beneficiary. But like with AI, there's risks. I've spent quite a bit of time in my 7 short weeks at the Fed thinking about our vulnerabilities as an institution, thinking about if bad actors were to take technologies that are now at the frontier or might be with quantum in a few years and try to pressure us to do harm to the perception of the U.S. or the Federal Reserve and the system. So we need to harden our technologies. We've got an enormous amount of talent at the Fed. The world's moving faster, and we've got to move fast with it.
刚议员是在讨论 quantum 量子计算带来的对 encryption 加密这一方面的安全的一些隐患，我也是说是会去加强这一方面的这一个防御的。但是之前呢，他也说这一个量子计算呢，一直说只差几年呢，所以这一次能不能到案呢，还是一个未知数，要看未来的发展。
I appreciate, like everybody else, the communications that we had, and I want to be honest with you that I wish you the best success. I really do. Thank you. I think if you're successful, I think the Fed will be successful, and if the Fed's successful, I think our economy will be successful. If our economy is successful, I think the American people benefit. So I'm one of the ones cheering for you, and I hope the best for you. Now, I have to say, though, I'm glad we're not litigating the past, though it seems that a lot of my colleagues like to. They talk about the past chair, and some of the things the previous president said, so I'm not going to litigate, but I would remind them that they passed their big ugly bill and put trillions of dollars in the deficit and the debt, and they seem to forget that, so there's a little bit of amnesia there. They remember some things well, but they forget others. Now, one of the things that I have sort of strange in my background, or maybe not, I studied to be a Catholic priest for a long time. I was a Jesuit. And they make you do things that are kind of odd when you're starting off as a novice. One of the things they made me do is to take communion to people who were sick. And they would do it as an experiment to test you and to do different things. I remember one person very clearly. He was a man who had been blinded, I should say, at World War II. Wonderful guy. Lived in the Santa Barbara area. And I'd take communion to him. I had to sit there and listen to him for a long time. And he would just talk and talk and talk, and I'm thinking, I'm not getting anything out of this other. I'm sitting with this guy, which is fine. And I finally started listening to him, and I actually learned a whole lot from him. I understood why my novice master had sent me there. And one of the things he said was really interesting. I never forgot that. I said, yeah, people march around, and yeah, they look pretty in their uniform, but you never know how a person's going to react until they're under fire. And the reason I say that is, you kind of mentioned it too. In ordinary times, it's easy. When the crisis hits, that's when the issue is. That's why if you litigate the past, yeah, okay, you can litigate the past, but the truth of the matter is things happened. The Great Depression, things happened. We were, so blindly stuck on the gold standard and other things. And of course, we talk about the great wealth that the dot-com did. Well, I remember the dot-com bust too. $5 trillion disappeared just like that. And then of course you talked about the 2008 crisis when you were here. And all of a sudden there you had, the government working together, the Fed chair and the Secretary of Treasury. You had to because, the economy was melting down. Now, I don't wish any of that upon you, but the truth is that you could get that. You could get an AI collapse. I mean, the Magnificent Seven have really driven the market tremendously, and sure, there's great opportunities, and I hope that it is successful. But if it's not, then I hope that you also have the flexibility to figure things out. I mean, my colleagues love to talk about, what Chairman Powell did. They seem to forget that there was a pandemic and that we could have been slipping into a depression if we hadn't done some of the things. They seem to forget, too, the person who closed down the government was actually President Trump. It wasn't Biden. Everybody blames it on Biden. When I was here, it was Trump that did that. The decision he made, I don't know if it was good or bad, but it was the decision he made under fire. So anyway, I wish you the best, but I do want to ask you about that. What happens when, as they say, it all hits the fan? How will you react? Will you react in a way that's flexible, or will you react in a way that almost seems to be almost robotic?
If it's a fan,
well, I appreciate it. I take that as a blessing that my 4 years will be ones of calm and peace and price stability and full employment. So I take it in the way it was granted. But we have to be prepared for shocks that are unanticipated. We have to be open-minded to things that might happen. So while it might not be common for the economics profession, we have to show a lot of imagination. My general view, again, coming out of the 2008 crisis, is we need to think ex ante about what we might do when the shocks happen. And it'd be okay to share with the world how we're buying insurance, how we're trying to protect the resiliency of the Fed systems, how we want the banking system, if times aren't always perfect, to be strong and resilient and competitive. And in the conduct of monetary policy, we want to anchor stable prices, deliver full employment, so if and when the shock happens, we have rebuilt the credibility that may have been somewhat lost in 63 months of higher prices. I am not relitigating the past. I know my colleagues have been trying to deliver on stable prices and full employment for a long time, and I intend to do so too.
They were honorable people, and I think they did the best they could, and I hope you do too. I know you're an honorable person.
Gentleman, yield back. Chair recognizes the chair of the House Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams of Texas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also, Chairman, congratulations to you. America's banking system is the engine of prosperity in this country, and it plays a critical role in creating opportunities. From the community banks that serve small towns and Main Street businesses to the larger institutions that support our capital markets, access to credit is essential for families, entrepreneurs, and job creators. And as a businessman who has owned and operated a small business for 57 years, I know firsthand how important it is to have a banking system that is both safe and accessible. And the American public and the American people expect a chance to pursue their American dream, and access to affordable credit is often what makes that possible. So under the Biden administration, we saw proposed regulations that threaten that dream by making credit more expensive and harder to obtain. So my question would be, can you tell us how you think the Federal Reserve's supervisory role can promote a safe and sound banking system while ensuring businesses and families continue to have access to the credit they need to pursue the American dream?
It's a great question, Congressman. I'd say two broad things. One is we need a highly competitive, diversified banking system. This is the secret, one of the unheralded secrets of the U.S. economy. Our banking system is larger. The number of institutions of various sizes serve different constituencies. I think part of the reason why the U.S. has grown faster than our G7 and G20 colleagues is because the banking system here is fundamentally different. Secondly, what I would say about how we do that is we need to have tailored regulation that befits the kind of institution and the customers that they're treating. One size does not fit all. And finally, I'd say I am all for international coordination of banking standards. It is a useful effort so that we meet in Basel to try to come to some international standards. But the Basel endgame is not America's endgame. That is not the Federal Reserve's endgame. Our endgame is ensuring that we have the right rules that befits our economy so that we have a safe, sound, and competitive banking system. And anything we agree on with international counterparts have to be in service of the American economy.
Thank you. And as businesses depend on clear, consistent rules, when Congress passes a law, it reflects the will of the American people. And agencies like the Federal Reserve have a responsibility to faithfully carry out those laws, and regulatory certainty gives businesses like mine the confidence to invest, hire, and grow. So question would be, can you tell us how you intend to guide the Federal Reserve, and will you commit to ensuring the Fed carries out the laws of Congress that Congress passes without expanding beyond its statutory authority?
Yeah, I can make that commitment to you, Congressman, because that's how we keep politics out. That's how we stay independent in the conduct of monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is not a repair shop for broken statutes, or we aren't empowered to go wander into areas outside of our remit. We've got a big and important job, I understand it, but it's bounded, and we have to stay inside of those bounds.
My last question real quick, Chairman. One lesson I've learned in business is that your word matters, and when you make a commitment, people expect you to follow through, and consumers' trust is earned by doing what they say you are going to do. So the Federal Open Market Committee has made a commitment to the American people to restore price stability. Families and small businesses across the country are trying to plan for the future, and they're counting on the Federal Reserve to deliver. So, Mr. Chairman, in the short time we have, what is your strategy for restoring price stability, and what confidence can you give the American people that the Federal Reserve will achieve its price stability target?
So I can give you the commitment that we will deliver price stability. I was comforted at my very first meeting about a month ago. As I looked around the table of my 18 colleagues, there was no willingness to tolerate higher prices. There was a commitment that was unambiguous and unanimous that we're going to deliver. So the next question is, how are we going to deliver it? First is, I would say, make it very clear to you and the American people and to U.S. businesses that that is not a commitment we're going to walk away from, and we're not finding acceptable the higher inflation that has endured in this country for more than 5 years. The second thing that we're going to do is take responsibility. As I mentioned to one of your colleagues before, in our view, in my view, there is no anguish in central banking. This isn't saying, oh, I wish this or that were to happen. You gave us a lot of the tools to deliver on that commitment. We intend to do it. And the third and final thing I'll say is we have the tools to do it. We have a printing press. We have a balance sheet and interest rates. They have both provided significant accommodation and restrictiveness during different parts of the business cycle. And over the coming period, I'm going to ask our colleagues and have a good family fight about the extent and timing in which we would need to deploy those to deliver on the promise.
是在重申把这一个物价稳定控制住啊，在面对通胀的问题的时候呢，利用这一个两边的这个供给都利用。
Chairman Walsh, congratulations again, and thank you for your service to our country. You stated that the use of AI technologies is, quote, a paradigm shift, and that the United States would be, quote, a big winner in the medium term. How has the use of AI impacted your view and the future of the global economy, and how is the Fed reacting? How should it react? And especially vis-a-vis China and our other competitors.
So I don't view the U.S. economy is in a zero-sum game. I don't think that weakness abroad is good for the U.S. But what I do mean to say is if there was one thing that is the biggest driver of American prosperity, it's productivity. Productivity gives companies the ability to invest in new capital. Workers then have that new capital and can deliver and ultimately have higher real take-home wages. This is a supply shock in the United States. I have to admit it's happening faster than I would have projected 18 months or 2 years ago. We're seeing this technology and the capability of these models grow at exponential rates. Something like a hyper Moore's law is happening. I don't want to suggest that we know exactly how this is going to shake out, but the U.S. is best positioned to be a winner. But again, as I may have mentioned earlier, you gave us a job to deliver stable prices and full employment. what are the consequences, what are the implications of this positive technology shock to that? I've taken 3 experts, I've asked them to deliver their views to us over the coming 3 to 6 months, and then internally at the Fed, we're going to do a lot of work. I'm confident that at the end of the day, the U.S. is a winner, but it's not going to be a linear path, and I'm open-minded to challenges both to the full employment and price stability part of our mandate.
Right, because as part of that, I assume the workforce employment is going to be, what should our goals be? Should they shift? I assume those are the kind of questions you all are debating?
Yeah, we're debating just those questions, Congressman, and if I were to look over the last few months, it looks to me as though this technology hasn't displaced workers at this point. It's made them a bit more productive. And I say a bit because I think the productivity is in front of us. But a year or 2 from now, will these intelligence tokens be adding to the workforce or causing the workforce to temporarily be disrupted? That's something that we're very focused on as we think about what the economy looks like 12 and 18 months from now.
Thank you. We're seeing an unprecedented number of children using apps on their phones, like prediction markets or sports books, to gamble. Research is showing especially young people are very active in the past year. 11 to 17 have gambled in the last year, 36% of them. What is your view regarding possible insider trading on these markets? Are you thinking about that? Do you think we should be doing more to protect our children on these betting apps? Have you thought about that at all?
Well, I've thought about in 2 respects. First, when I was sort of a junior in junior high school and high school, I was the nerdiest kid probably in this room, so I wasn't wandering into those.
That's saying a lot. You should meet the chairman. Yeah. Go ahead.
But generally, the questions about the use of kids and smartphones and whether insider trading is happening and the rest, that is almost entirely outside of the Fed's jurisdiction. So I'll defer to other people around, both in the Congress and the executive branch, to take those on. I don't really have much more for you.
Let's pivot to something else. Modernizing and expanding certain aspects of the federal deposit insurance remains an important priority for me. Will help ensure that small businesses remain stable and mainstream is able to thrive. What are your thoughts on mandated federal deposit insurance standards across the board for all banks? Should there be specific asset thresholds, a tiered system? Is there a middle ground in this debate?
Yeah, so we're going to follow the law, and we're not going to weigh in on what we think the right deposit insurance caps are. But I don't want to walk away from the question entirely. The FDIC insurance caps should be binding. That is, we need to have a supervisory and regulatory system such that if a few banks get in trouble, either myself or the Treasury Secretary don't have to, in unusual and exigent circumstances, provide backstops for everybody, including depositors. So the way I think about it is deposit insurance reform and proper deposit caps should be of a piece with strong reform-oriented supervision and regulation. So the law that you decide should be the right caps for individual deposits. That should be the case both in good times and bad.
Last question. Do you think that people in my district, young people, keep coming up to me and say they're not going to be able to afford a home, to be able to get a mortgage? Do you feel confident in your tenure people are going to still be able to afford to get a mortgage?
I'm a great believer in the American dream, and I know that a mortgage and first-time house is one important step to do that, and we'll do what we can to support it.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair also
对
wants to,
FDIC 保险呢，刚刚沃什的看法就是还是需要有一个监管体系摆在那一边去确保，不然的话，美联储到了后面要给大家去帮助提高流动性的话呢，那份任务可能有点艰难了，所以要提早的想办法。有监管摆在这一边。
Maintaining public confidence depends not only on sound economic policy,
今天纽约那边呢，州来说的话呢，是有出一个利空消息的，所以影响的像 MBS、CoreWeave 在 AI 建设这一方面，有我就跟大家讨论这条新闻。
I appreciate the steps that have been taken to refocus the institution on its core responsibilities. Looking ahead, it is important to
前面基本上路透社在报告，纽约州成为美国第一个暂停建设大型新的数据中心的州。又会展开来说一下。
And develops institutional guardrails that prevent future
So data
departures into
center
area
build-out
beyond
freeze
the authority
here in New York.
Congress has delegated.
So this is no time to wander, Congressman. the job you gave us that's clearly in the four walls of our authority in monetary policy and payments and supervision and regulation. We're early in a reform agenda. All of our assets, all of our resources, the remarkable talent of my colleagues need to be focused there. Good intentions are not enough, and it is not the culture of the Fed or the best of the Fed's traditions to wander into areas that are not our responsibility. And when we do, we sacrifice the credibility we need to accomplish our core tasks.
Thank you for that. More broadly, the issue of mission creep has challenged many federal agencies over time.
这一个建设的限制来说的话呢，并不是针对所有的啊，只是在某些规模之上。一会儿会去展开说一下这条新闻。
Extraordinary monetary interventions. More recently, the institution became involved in matters such as climate-related financial supervision, digital asset regulation, and the application of reputational risk in bank supervision, leading many to question whether these activities extended beyond the responsibilities Congress intended the Federal Reserve to perform. Mission creep carries meaningful institutional cost. It diverts resources from core responsibilities, exposes agency actions to legal uncertainty, and risks undermining the Federal Reserve's credibility as an independent institution that derives its authority from Congress rather than from evolving policy preferences. A central bank is strongest when it exercises the authority Congress has granted with discipline and restraint. So, Chairman Warsh, as chairman, what principles will guide your efforts to ensure that the Federal Reserve remains focused on its statutory responsibilities and resists institutional pressures to expand beyond the role Congress has assigned?
The most important thing at the Federal Reserve, as I mentioned before, is not the printing press, it's our culture. And the best of the Fed's traditions tell us what our culture should be: accountability, responsibility, and performance. By reiterating that, by reminding all of our colleagues that that's what drives us. I've started to do it in my first 7 weeks, but it's resonating. I hear it back in the hallways. I hear it at the cafeteria. And so at some level, people might think of this job as getting the answer right, well to the right of the decimal point. And occasionally we do have to wander there. But in order to deliver on what you've asked us to do, I've always thought that most of this job is the left of the decimal point. We're going to get the culture right, we're going to get the strategy right, we're going to get policy right, and we're going to get the organization right. And if we can do those big things, getting the right answer to the right of the decimal point, I think will be a lot easier.
Thank you for that. I would also like to discuss inflation because maintaining price stability remains one of the Federal Reserve's most important responsibilities. American families have experienced the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. Rising prices reduce purchasing power and place real restraint on household budgets. While inflation has come down from its peak, recent data suggests that inflationary pressures remain and price stability has not yet been fully restored. The people I represent should not have to endure another sustained period of elevated inflation. Stable prices are fundamental to long-term economic growth, household financial security, and confidence in our monetary system. Chairman Warsh, what is your assessment of the current inflation outlook, and what policies will the Federal Reserve pursue to ensure that restoring and maintaining price stability remains its foremost monetary policy objective?
First, I agree, Congressman, with your diagnosis. For too long, American households and businesses have suffered the undue hardship of high inflation. This Fed will deliver price stability. This Fed has the power to do it. We have the tools to do it. What I would also say is I'm not in the business of trying to prejudge what the committee that I'm honored to lead decides. I think we need to have a continued good family fights on this subject. That'll start again in a couple of weeks. And when we have news for you about exactly the methods of solving this problem, we'll be very clear about what they are, and so will the American people, to deliver price stability.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Ms. Presley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Chair Warsh. Congratulations. And welcome to the Financial Services Committee. I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, a beautiful, dynamic district, and also one that is deeply unequal. In fact, in a 3-mile radius from Cambridge, home to your alma mater, to Roxbury, a historically Black, vibrant community in my district. That being said, median household income drops by $50,000 and life expectancy by 30 years. That's just in a 3-mile radius. And those inequities are not naturally occurring. They are man-made. They're the result of intentional and deliberate government action. So I'm here, and what guides me is the work to be just as intentional and just as deliberate in making sure that government works for all people. And I know we're just getting to know one another, but I hope I can count on your partnership in that mission, Mr. Chair. I'm going to begin with what should be an easy yes or no question. Are you committed to fulfilling the maximum employment requirement of the Federal Reserve's statutory mandate?
Congressman, absolutely. We have no disfavored part of the job that you gave us. Price stability and maximum employment are not an either-or proposition. I'm committed to both of them.
Well, that was my next question, if you viewed this mandate as equally important as the price stability mandate. Now, since Trump took office, hundreds of thousands of people have been pushed out of the federal workforce. The current unemployment rate is 4.2%, which is higher than when Biden left office. And if you look deeper into the data, Black unemployment writ large is at 6.6%. Now, the Federal Reserve semi-annual report highlights that Black people have continued to have higher unemployment rates and lower wages than white workers. This is a problem. Now, it's a problem for Black workers, it's a problem for the Black family, but it's a problem for everyone. It's a problem for workers like Teresa in my district, who despite being educated, qualified, and good at her job, was let go from her public health position due to government funding cuts. And with the state of HHS, our country needs to employ all of the public health experts that we can find. But this is also a problem for our national economy and financial stability. Let me illustrate what I mean. According to one report, Black Americans held a buying power of $1.6 trillion in 2020. Economists estimate that 2% of Black women being fired has led to $37 billion being lost in GDP spending. So when that money is lost, it impacts everyone. It impacts our small businesses that spur local economies and workforces. So the point is, when Black workers lose, everyone loses. So Chair Walsh, given the persistent racial disparities in unemployment, will you, as Federal Reserve Chair, commit to confronting these workforce challenges that Black workers are forced to endure?
So, Congresswoman, I'll say this, which is the U.S. can ill afford to leave any individuals behind. The economic opportunity, which is essential for America's growth trajectory over the next 5 and 10 years, means that every American needs to have opportunities to be productive. And I believe, unlike some in the economics profession, that productivity-led economic growth is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm hopeful that the Fed, we can be supportive of opportunities for economic growth.
And I want to say specifically for Black workers, because of a problem of this magnitude, there are 700,000 unemployed Black women right now. If a problem of that magnitude was happening to any other group, we would do the analysis and we would have a plan. So I'm going to ask of you what I asked of your predecessor, for you to come and brief the Congressional Black Caucus on your strategies and efforts specifically to the Black worker, given the disparate impact. You know, you've talked about your refusal to tolerate a persistent high inflation. I need the same rigor, the same vigor, and the same commitment when it comes to the Black worker. It's already a part of your mandate.
So American workers, no matter their backgrounds, have my commitment to do what we can at the Federal Reserve to make sure they have all the opportunities in front of them, regardless of any characteristic.
Well, Mr. Chair, experts believe we need targeted structural efforts to address unemployment disparities. So I'm asking
Gentlewoman's
for
time
focus.
has expired, and
Okay.
invite the chairman to answer your question in writing, and thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also appreciate very much yours and Vice Chair Bowman's work on fraud and scams. We have a report coming out next week from my subcommittee, which we'll be looking forward to sharing with you.
刚刚沃尔是
As
说，
you know,
不管是
CPI
任
came
何
out this
的
morning.
背景，在那个美国这一边呢，美联储是为全国人民去服务，去尽量去确保美联储是尽到自己的责任。来到这边，我们可以看到 SK Hynix 非常的猛啊，今天涨幅已经超过20%。
For the federal government are up 6.9% in 2026, which is phenomenal. In Pennsylvania, by the way, they're up 2.4% this last fiscal year, and they're glowing about that, raving about that. So federal revenues are way up, which shows businesses, again, are profitable. Many of us in this committee have made the case for quite a while now that the Fed needs to review the big picture, as you've been making commentary towards. Supply-side growth and lower interest rates are not in conflict. They are, in fact, very often complementary. As lower interest rates encourage more cap investment, they can put downward pressure on inflation simply by using the well-known equation: when supply exceeds demand, prices go down. I'm glad you appreciate that very much. So, Mr. Chairman Warsh, you've created these task forces, which we're all pleased to see, I think. And will you express how these task forces will help achieve the Fed's goal of 2% inflation?
Thank you, Congressman. I'd be happy to. The 5 task forces are an attempt to go back to first principles, ask whether the way the Fed has conducted business for more than a generation, the way we've gathered data, the way our models make forecasts about what's going to happen next, our understanding of changes in productivity and changes in the supply side. These are all big fundamental questions, and I think we are better equipped to make smarter decisions on policy so that we can deliver price stability and full employment if we get the benefit of some outside views. Again, we're gonna then decide what to do with them. We're gonna make the decisions. We're not gonna outsource them. But if there was ever a reason after a long period of inflation that was too high to go back to first principles, this is it. And like you, while I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI, and it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do, and I would feel more confident if we had better data to inform our decision-making. We have a task force that's going to be focused on doing just that.
And I know you're also going to utilize the
这又再次的是提到了今天的 CPI 数据啊，是一个比预期好的数据啊，根据沃什一边的说法，但是并不代表这一个 job 也就是把这一个通胀打压的这一个任务呢是给完成的。It's not mission accomplished.
On the balance sheet, again, I don't want to prejudge the conclusions of the task force, and I can't speak for 18 of my other colleagues. But as a first approximation, I'll say now what I've been thinking for years. In normal times, the Federal Reserve should be a price taker, not a price maker. We should be observing what is the price for a 10-year Treasury between a willing buyer and willing seller. We shouldn't have our thumb generally on the scale. Now, when it comes to a crisis, I don't want to suggest that we're going to be able to sit on the sidelines. I would hope we could, but I can't say that for sure. The Fed balance sheet, both its size and duration, are worthy of a very worthwhile review. I'm inclined to think that there are better regimes we can go to, but we're not going to do it without due consultation with the markets and with members of this committee.
Great, and certainly the reserve requirements of banks and all may
前面在 CPI 的数据方面呢，沃什也是有说过，就是希望有更加好的数据啊，所以工作组呢会进去去研发这一方面。
From computers and the internet was putting a downward pressure on inflation, and he cut rates based on that data, ahead of the data. Does AI present that same kind of opportunity today?
If you've seen one productivity boom, you've seen one productivity boom.
Okay.
I take very seriously the productivity booms that we've had. And generally, if you look at the surge in productivity in the post-war era in the United States, we tend to move from a relatively low productivity realm environment where productivity grows about 1.5% a year. And then for a decade or longer,
Gentleman's time has expired.
To a higher productivity realm. I think this could be that opportunity, but I can't say it for certain as of yet.
Thank you. I yield
Chair
back.
recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
现在的环境，我是说有可能是帮助生产率去增长的，但是不是非常的确定，
I want to
还
start
是要
with just
去
a
看。
purely academic question for you, just on economic theory, but with some context. You talked to Dr. Foster about your experience in the 2008 downturn. I was not here in 2008, but I remember in 2020 when former Chair Bernanke came in as someone who had some experience steering through a crisis. I remember that we had this meeting in March of 2020 saying, we've never seen unemployment spike this quickly since,
这里是接近尾
since
声
the
了，
Great
应该还有
Depression.
20
We've
多
never
分
seen
钟就结
GDP
束了。
collapse this quickly since the Great Depression.
月会
Here's
总结
someone
一下，
who
然后去讨论
steered
市
the
场的消
economy
息，
through an $800 billion
包
bailout,
括
which
这
at the
一
time
个
seemed like a
data
big
center
number.
freeze 都来说的话。
I mention that, number one, because I hope you don't find yourself in the future being asked to address Congress based on your own expertise steering through through a crisis, although certainly Chair Powell got his chance there as well. But the difference in the way that we responded to COVID and the way we responded to 2008 was a much heavier fiscal stimulus, whereas the 2008 crisis was, largely QE and monetary, as big as $800 billion was. We also recovered from COVID a ton faster, not only faster than everybody expected, but faster than all of our peers. And should we find ourselves in another crisis, what do you, just as an economist, how do you think about the right shaping of fiscal and monetary policy? Obviously, you only have purview over one of those, but your voice is going to matter.
As I said in an analogy to one of your colleagues, I'll say it here. If you've seen one financial crisis, you've seen one financial crisis. So I'm careful about extrapolating. More generally, I would say the response to the 2020 pandemic had some very similar areas with respect to monetary policy. That is, the central bankers in 2020 took some of the toolkit that we innovated on in 2008 or 2009, and they provided overwhelming liquidity. That's in our remit in crises, not in more normal times. My judgment in 2008, judgment in 2020, and if we were to have a crisis when you and I are in these roles, I would be describing to you what the central bank can do. I would also try to describe to you the limits of our authority, such that you have the opportunity to make whatever decisions you think are right. But I'm going to make a promise to you now that I would hope to hold to then, which is the fiscal policy response is going to be the decision of you and the administration. We're going to do our very best to steer clear of that.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I think none of us want to go there again, but we also want to make sure that, monetary policy can target some sectors of our economy, not the others. We need to work together. On a similar subject, I want to pivot, and I was spinning through, and I love these reports all the time. Send them it's always good reading. I want to talk specifically about Figure 1 and Figure 43. Figure 1 shows U.S. CPI over the last decade or so. Figure 43 shows global CPI trends. And what's very clear is that U.S. inflation picks up immediately after Liberation Day on account of the tariffs. Global inflation picks up after the Iran war. You can see the spike. So, we had inflation generally coming down after 2020, starts picking up on account of tariff policy, and then starts picking up again on account of foreign policy in the United States. And you can just see in those charts what was domestic and what was international. How effective is monetary policy when it's fighting with fiscal policy or foreign policy or economic policy? Because I don't really understand the theory of the case that interest rates undo tariffs, or that interest rates undo high oil prices, or for that matter, QE or the other things. So, how concerned should we be about monetary policy that's got a different set of goals than the outcomes of fiscal policy right now?
So generally, Congressman, I'd say a couple things. First, we are takers of the fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. What I am
to be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens, but we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
We have tools that are powerful. whether they're working at cross purposes or consistent with them is never easy to know in real time. But let me make one other important distinction. Military conflicts overseas, changes in trade policy, changes in immigration policy, those have an effect and we can take them into account. Often they have an effect on prices in the short term.
Time has expired.
Our business is whether those prices in the short term end up spreading out, and that's our responsibility.
I'm out of time, but let's stay coordinated would be my request.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia-Pacific Subcommittee on
回到
House
地缘
Foreign
政治
Affairs.
方面
Recognized
呢
for 5 minutes.，
美联储确保短
Thank
期
you,
那边呢
Chairman
也
and
是
ranking
不能
member for hosting
短线那边呢
today's
不能
hearing.
让价格去
Chairman
失控啊，
Warsh, welcome.
要确保物价
I
稳定。
understand it's your first appearance before our committee since your confirmation, so congratulations. Earlier this year, you may have heard I introduced Payments Access and Consumer Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Liccardo, because I kept hearing from my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties about how important these payment modernization is in helping small businesses owners make payroll and make sure that their workers get their paychecks on time. And President Trump understands that, which is why he issued the executive order earlier and signed that to call for a financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American families and businesses. So Chairman Marsh, I understand you share that goals and vision for the Federal Reserve as well. But currently the situation is the payments company holding money transmitter licenses in all US states and complying with every Bank Secrecy Act rule and holding customer funds in a one-to-one liquid reserve still has no legal pathways to access the Federal Reserve payments rail directly. So as a result, small businesses and consumers bear the burden of increased costs and slower payments. So the PACE Act is trying to address that by creating OCC supervised activity-based registration for sophisticated payment companies that trade federal safeguards, BSA compliance, and capital reserves for direct access to FedNow, FedWire, FedACH. So, Chairman, can you talk about how you plan to work with the OCC and Congress to ensure that well-regulated payment companies have access to the infrastructure they need to lower costs for American consumers?
So thank you, Representative. I look forward to working with you on any details of your legislation without picking sides. What I would say is the payment system that the Federal Reserve supports needs to be resilient, needs to not play favorites, needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable and accessible so that we can do our part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the U.S., so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, I took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize and reevaluate how we consider banking charters to ensure that our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is, again, in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the U.S. is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allow fintech or non-banks a direct access to traditional payment networks, I think it's really important that we work together. And I do want to work with you on this issue of a master account access and the PACE Act. So I hope we can take the time, and I hope that you and your team, now that you are in office, to review it, and we hope to get your technical assistance on the PACE Act from your team shortly. Thanks. Another major priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to increase the cap for investments in community lending and affordable housing. So as we continue to build on that momentum of expansion of the low-income housing tax credit, one thing that has caught my eye is the 100% risk weight for these types of investments in the proposed Basel Endgame rulemaking. Historically, these types of investments are extremely low risk, with very few resulting in foreclosures. So, Chairman Walsh, can you offer any insight into how you are considering the risk weight for these investments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question offline as the gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair, for being here. You know, public transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that the Fed should talk less to reduce the influence on financial markets. Is that correct?
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah, but there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but explaining less to the public is what I'm concerned about. You know, these hearings exist because Congress is paired with the dual mandate with, you know, we have a duty to report on progress towards various goals. So, you know, again, it matters what kind of communication you reduce. So, for instance, you know, transparency in regards to, like, one of the things that bothers me is, like, you as the Fed chair has to publish the calendar, your calendar, right? Correct?
I believe subject to FOIA requests, we turn over, consistent with FOIA, the
you,
appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't actually put the topic of what those meetings were about.
So I've only been in office 7 weeks, so I haven't even provided it yet, but we'll fully comply. We'll fully comply with the law when such requests are made.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think what the American people want, or anybody, is not just who are you meeting, but what the topic is, I think is important. So let's get back to what you provide to the public. So when the Fed communicates less, how does the public or the committee judge whether or not the evidence was, or the method was responsibly implemented?
So I draw, Congresswoman, an important distinction.
Yes.
Our number one objective is getting policy right. And if we get policy right, we can deliver lower prices. Transparency and communication is usually quite essential to do that. So I'll draw a distinction between our internal deliberations, where we get to have a good family fight and talk about the hard issues, and then our decisions. I think our decisions are things that you should know everything about. You should understand our rationale. We should be responsible and accountable. And if we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us account.
Yeah.
So in that, I favor full transparency.
Yeah. So it sounds like you will be open to absolutely being, regards to the method and the rationale and the thinking behind the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So if, you know, again, this is something of a concern for me, because when people say that to me, I'm like, if the Fed speaks less than public, then the words that are spoken in private to banks and invited audiences and off-the-record settings, you know, that's why the calendar, it's like, don't just provide the calendar, provide what topic, because I think it's important. So what specific steps will you take so that a
在通信方面呢，这里是在呼吁美联储做得更加的完善一点了，因为通信如果是说少一点的话，公众知道少一点的话呢，就不是这么容易。毕竟不是只是为了去服务股市这一边，在交易者这一个角度，公众也想知道美联储的政策方向。
Financial prices then can capture what's going on. My message more broadly to you, but also to people that are in the cottage industry of following the Fed.
But you know, the regular person out there is not going to get a meeting with you, not going to know a lot of these things. That's why I'm asking. So, like, will you at least commit to publishing readouts of your meetings with the market participants?
I'm committed to follow the law, and I'm committed to do more than that.
We should know what you're telling them, because not the 750,000 people in my district can get a meeting with you, and you want to talk to the public less. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that we understand the intent and the decisions that are being made. So in 2025, you said that Fed had, quote, redefined its legislative remit and signaled a willingness to accept like a higher inflation. And all that stuff really my folks are thinking this isn't going to impact employment, this is going to, like what is going on here?
Yeah, so what went on is the Fed changed its academic framework and its operational framework, and it led to higher prices, which did more harm to the least well-off among us than any policy that I could have imagined, and so that's why we have to reform it.
I know.
The Fed's begun that reform, and we're going to continue it.
Okay, last question. At your June press conference, you said that there is, quote, no cruel choice, that strong employment and low prices are mutually compatible. If there's no trade-off, pursuing maximum employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So, Chair, what concretely are you doing to pursue maximum employment right now?
So concretely, what we're doing is going to deliver price stability, and when we deliver that, households and businesses will be stronger.
Explain that more.
So I can think of few things.
Gentlewoman's time has expired, and I invite the chairman to carry on that explanation in writing, and I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
好，应该最后10分钟了，然后会应该差不多结束。
Chairman, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I am trying not to be redundant on the questions you've already been asked.
这儿那一边是12:01点 美东时间，所以
the June FOMC statement reaffirmed the Fed's policy of
大家可以看到很多座位是空
maintaining
着的。
ample reserves in the banking system. While your balance sheet task force is reviewing the benefits and risks of that framework, so if you go back to 2019, when reserve scarcity kind of contributed to stress in the short-term funding markets, what market indicators, in your opinion, should the Fed watch most closely to determine whether balance sheet reduction is moving too quickly, which is a concern?
So, Congressman, we have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago, whether that's consistent with good monetary policy. And then we're going to ask ourselves whether there's a better regime, and finally, how to get from the current regime to something else. We haven't prejudged any of those answers, but the goal isn't to be disruptive to markets. It's such that markets, the banking sector, and the real economy can understand the change and have time to adjust if we end up doing so.
Thank you. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm going to yield my time back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Torres, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, "The measures I prefer looking at are things that are called trim averages, where we take out all of the tail risk." Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight to the Dallas Fed's trim mean PCE. And so I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By February 2022, core PCE had risen to 5.4%, while trim mean PCE stood at only 3.6%, a divergence of nearly 2 percentage points. And so here's my question. If trim mean PCE detected the inflation shock later, understated its severity, and diverged from core PCE by nearly 2 percentage points, why should the Fed place greater weight on it when setting monetary policy? And to put a finer point on it, your core criticism of the Fed is that it was behind the curve on inflation. That same criticism can be leveled against your preferred measure on inflation. So why the disconnect?
PCE 的算法。
So none of those are very good measures of underlying inflation. That Wall Street Journal story that you referenced is incorrect, that I have a preferred measure from one of the reserve banks. If I had a preferred measure, I wouldn't have called for a task force to go back to first principles, and the data task force will be looking importantly at inflation measures. My view is that we need new measures to understand the underlying changes in inflation. Am I interested in what's the mean or median price of a good in a big box retailer? You bet I am, and none of these measures capture that. I am super interested in finding new measures to do a better job to help us inform our decisions so that the inflation in the last 5 years don't continue.
Now, you have repeatedly described inflation as a choice. A simple yes or no question. Do you mean a choice by the Federal Reserve?
I mean a choice by the Federal Reserve and fiscal policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the responsibility onto you. The Congress said that we're in the business of ensuring stable prices, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So combating inflation is part of the Fed's statutory mandate, and you view inflation as a choice by the Fed. Combating unemployment is also part of the Fed's mandate. Do you view unemployment as a choice by the Fed?
We have no legislative orphans. We can't just take one part of the statute you give us and disown the others. I will just add a touch of complexity. We have more control over the price level ourselves than we do the unemployment rate. We have some say there, but so do all the policies that you and your colleagues put into place.
But obviously, if you aggressively raise interest rates, that could have the effect of causing unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are multiple forces that shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary? Yes or no, and then?
That question I can answer simply. I don't think it's inherently inflationary, especially if we adopt quantitative easing in the depths of a crisis. It can often provide liquidity to markets that need it.
So from 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew by a factor of 5, from about $900 billion to about $4.5 trillion. Yet over the same period, average headline PC inflation was 1.7%, and average core PC inflation was 1.5% below the Fed's 2% target. So the notion that quantitative easing may be inflationary fails to explain the non-inflationary effects of a multi-trillion-dollar five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, Congressman, I can. If the balance sheet expansion were our only policy tool, then that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But we have several policy tools. The dominant one is interest rates. And so we need to think about both of them in the context of monetary policy.
I want to quickly interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect on inflation comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable?
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. Okay. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to
interject. Interest rates more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing, and it'll be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
With the time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for
刚刚那些问题都
4
非常的
minutes.
不错，如果一会儿去看回放的话，可以再看一下那一段。
for being here, Chairman
刚刚的基本上
I'd
就
like to
是
begin by emphasizing the
2周之后的美联储会议会问到的一些问
of the
题。
Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial
非常
system
的
and
针
the
对货
dollar
币政
as
策
a。stable, safe place to put their money. The stability of our financial system is at the center of our global
还有后面
influence.
会用的通
Our
胀指标。
adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system and in turn our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the U.S. markets and the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. Thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it. The Fed will remain independent on my watch. Fed independence is essential to the proper conduct of monetary policy, and I expect and will ensure that monetary policy is independent over the 4 years of my term. And like you, I think it provides extraordinary benefits in everything we do and strengthens the role of the United States and the U.S. dollar in the global economy.
Really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, kind of following on what Mr. Torres was talking about. I've had longstanding concerns
with the effects of the long-term effects of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. In particular, I also worry about the use of quantitative easing in times of economic trouble can take a long time to unwind, leading to a Federal Reserve balance sheet that continues to grow and grow over time. Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative easing in monetary policy?
I'd be happy to do it, Congressman. In periods of crisis, when markets aren't clearing, I am willing to be quite aggressive in what the Fed does with its balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former colleagues said it best when he said, interest rates get in the cracks. I'll go on to say, interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't favor those that have financial assets more than folks that are living off their bi-monthly paychecks. So I like interest rates as the dominant ways to make monetary policy, and I'd prefer, all the things being equal, to use balance sheets when the crises are real. However, I've inherited a very large balance sheet with a very complicated set of assets, and I am open-minded to reforms, as are my colleagues, and I'm keen to continue to work with this task force to achieve that.
Real quick, and I'm skipping to the end because this question matters a lot to me. I have a lot of community banks.
所以刚刚那个针对于量化宽松的话 ，QE 的话呢，印钞、放水，有危机的时候要去用的时候还是会用，但其余的时候就是去控制利率。
mentioned to you in your office, I'm a big believer in the diversity of financial institutions. The U.S. economy benefits enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are closest to them. Supervision and regulation needs to take that into account. The thousands of banks that we have are an enviable good, and the Fed needs to do what it can to support them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is Season 1, Episode 1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to Episode 2 tomorrow. We want to thank you for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond no later than August 18th, 2026. And with that, this committee hearing is adjourned.
Adjourned. OK， 结束。那么以上是第一天的Kevin Warsh 的这一个听证会，明天是在参院，刚刚我们在看到的是 House 众议院的，大家还在吗？3个小时了，还在的话可以打一个1，这样子我知道everyone is still here。明天什么时候开始？同样的时间，但是明天是 Senate Banking Hearing Committee， 今天是 House。感谢君的超级贴纸 ，Rage Quit 吗？怒退了吗？是哪一个？我先把那个利空给说一下吧，因为今天有，刚刚最后第2个那位议员问的问题让我非常的惊讶，他问的问题基本上平时我们在美联储演讲会的上面去看到的 CNBC 啊或者不同的电台Wall Street Journal 给的这一些问题的上面去的话呢，就是问这一种的，里面涉及到了前面 Kevin Warsh 会不会去讨论把这一个通胀指标改成是 trending， 这一些我们也之前有讨论过的，然后那边是说有滞缓的，滞缓性为什么还要去用它？所以 Warsh 就追溯出来是有这一个工作组，后面还问到一些别的问题的，那边我会再去看一下重放的，所以大家可以看到分支这边也写了，听证会是结束了，所以我们会去看一下，前面有川普的消息面嘛，同时在进行的，所以大家刚看到标普500指数在波动的话呢，不一定是来自于 Warsh 有影响一下。比较大的那一句就是今天 CPI 报告呢非常的好，但是它不是在House 或者去 Senate 这一边呢，在国会山呢去说我们已经胜利了，并没有啊，他是说还有这一个工作要去做的。所以那个 comment 呢，那个发言呢是有去影响到股市后面的走势的。先喝点抹茶压压惊，昨天已经开始喝抹茶了，今天总算是有些这个见着了。昨天夜盘的时候呢，有不少的关注呢都是摆在了韩国这一边的， 然后再看韩国股市 Kospi 那一边呢是再次的大跌的，然后再看能不能去止跌。所以昨天在 X 上面呢已经去发布过这一个了，最后基本上是到了这一个关键的支撑这一边呢，做出了反弹，把隧道的下沿给守住。然后昨天我在那个夜盘的时候跟会员那边在看着这一方面的，然后我们在讨论，今天是不是能来一个 Morning Star 上去所以大家可以看到昨天最后呢它是做了一个 Inverted Bullish Hammer， 然后今天的话呢因为美股已经涨了嘛， DRAM 这一边也涨了， SK Hynix 大涨，那么我们看一下韩国开盘的话呢能不能变成这一个 Morning Star 的这一种的状况，继续留在隧道，因为昨天正好跌到了隧道的下沿，所以今天做了比较强劲一点的反弹，但是分化还是有出现在现在市场的，一会儿会去总结那个前面 Walsh 还有川普刚的一些发言的，先把股市反应给做一下。右上角呢，大家一直能看到英伟达、特斯拉、标普的走势，英伟达一路冲高，所以去稳定一下的这一个指数了。但是这里对于标普的指数影响呢一般般，对于纳指的影响比较大一点。大家可以看到纳指呢涨了 0.98， 道指跌了 0.17 的。今天道指呢在 IBM 那一边呢重挫，所以是我来看一下，因为道指里面只有30个成员， IBM 是吗？道指是被那个 IBM 给拖累的，因为今天 IBM 财报之后暴跌了 24.76% 嘛。但是值得一提的是，软件应用板块呢盘前是跌了接近 4% 的， Now it's actually up, huge swing，而且是在一开盘的时候呢就已经是做出来这一个巨大的一个动作了。所以我们去5分钟线的话呢，大家能看到呢它基本上一开盘呢就把前面的跳空呢即刻给收回去了，20分钟左右，所以就形成了比较戏剧性的一幕。像我们去看软件应用板块的话嘛，譬如说 Figma 昨天在领涨的，基本上11、12的这一种的幅度，也可以看到1个小时涨15，直接就给冲上去了。网络安全板块呢之前也被影响的，在 Cloud 受害者之一，但是我看到 CrowdStrike PNW 呢没有跟着这一波的软件应用下来了，因为今天的利空就是 IBM 财报呢在说前往 AI 基建这边去走了，软件应用呢这一边业绩是有些困难的，所以没有去达到这一个预期嘛，所以 IBM 是大跌， IBM 没有怎么反弹，但整个板块呢基本上不少的呢都是低开高走。大家可以看到连 Salesforce 呢也是一口气呢给你去涨回去了，但这里比较有意思的一点是 IBM 是完全没有动作的， It's basically flat， 因为财报业绩受到影响的嘛，所以其他的这一些 SaaS 到底是不是 SaaS Apocalypse，个人感觉走完 AI 基建的话呢，软件应用后面来说的话呢，长线呢应该是有它的那个点，问题就是哪一家公司了。我们去看 ADBE 的话呢，可以看到比较西洋的公司呢还是反弹非常的弱，毕竟 Figma 吃掉了不少这一方面这一个业务。然后我们去看的话 ServiceNow 这一些公司的话呢， ServiceNow 只恢复到一半也比较的弱，所以软件应用板块呢也是有这一方面主题的，有些是比较强劲一点的，像 PLTR 就直接的给冲上去了。PLTR 涨幅来到 9% 左右，也是比较强劲的，毕竟不是每一个都恢复了嘛，直接把缺口补齐，这里 PLTR 基本上半个小时之内呢就把缺口给补齐了，跌幅是前面的话是 5% 到6% 左右吧，涨上去。连 AI 板块这一边呢都有些分化的，我还戴着耳机我先把它给摘掉，喝口抹茶压压惊，一会儿回来。Alright, I'm back. 来看一下有没有很多在 chat 这一边。I see the ones, so we're good. 那我们继续点评。IGB 这个关掉，先把那个利空给写出来，这样子比较方便一点。 因为如果你去看譬如说今天去看那个 NBIS 这些公司的话呢，它是没有那个消息面贴在那一边呢，去说到底什么东西呢在影响 NBIS、CoreWeave、Iran 还有这一个 Wolf 呢，大家可以看到 NeoCloud 星云呢普遍在跌的，像 TerraWolf 这一些呢基本上 Mara 各种的呢都在下跌的，因为要看规模的，所以这条利空呢算是比较就是要看那个规模是有多大的，不是每一个都受到影响的。但是我们可以看到来自于本土的这一个压力来说的话呢，是开始体现出来了。这个我们在加密币挖矿的时候，前几年就已经见到过这种情况了因为非常的吵大声，所以你要摆在一些就是偏僻一点的这一个区域，所以摆在了。这就是为什么如果去亚洲或者在欧洲去看的话呢，摆在水电厂旁边呢，做像类似于数据中心这种建设来说的话比较好，因为之前加密币挖矿呢就是摆在类似于这种区域里面的嘛，去做这一方面的。Sorry, there's an ad there running. 应该是没有声音的但是这一边来说的话呢，根据路透社的报告，有1年的建筑的，等一下。还在卡，我看一下能不能把它给翻过来。1-year construction ban will apply to data centers using 50 megawatts or more， 所以50 MW 超越的话呢，这些数据中心呢是会去基本上是有1年的建设这一方面的经风。There we go, finally 50兆或以上的数据中心实施为期1年的建设禁令的。所以这个消息面一出来之后呢，就基本上是引发了这一方面的这个担忧的。纽约州成为美国第一个暂停建设大型数据中心的州，实施为期1年的禁令。因为这个会推高，因为大家对于公众来说的话呢，是担心呢这个设施正在推高电力的成本，加剧水资源的紧张，给当地社区呢带来了负担的。所以一方面就是在推动科技发展各方面的，但是要想它对于环境和当地居民的这一些的这一个影响，所以还是在找设施的。大家就会继续想了，难道真的要去外太空搞数据中心吗？对吧？在那种情况下，那个饼有点远了。不过今天 SpaceX 呢，确实是总算是说到 SK Hynix 发行价格来说的话呢，是149的嘛，所以 IPO price上市的这一个价格是145的。我们这一次来看一下那一天上市的时候我们是有去直播的，所以大家如果去看低位的话呢，基本上如果我们去打开24小时无缝隙的这一种的走势的话呢，大家可以看到呢，低位就是在149的 that was the starting price， 发行价格就是149，所以这个被测试了是支撑之后呢，一路就冲高了。在盘中也有 SpaceX 呢也测试了， SpaceX 的价格是135，大家可以看到24小时的这一个交易呢，低位在136左右当然这一边是冲高回落这会儿跌的是比较的是多的，可以看到这里回落了不少，前面SpaceX 其实上来的是挺不错的，所以这里还是要去看这个关键的135呢能不能进一步的去稳住但是那个如果在找为什么 AI 建设股跌的比较的多的话呢，还有云端那一边呢是受到了纽约那一边传来的数据中心的这一个建设的冻结的这一条的利空上面呢去达到的。因为如果去个股上面看的话呢，它是没有那个消息面出现的。另外一个就是 ARM 的 downgrade， 因为我前面在看直播间大家在问哪一些公司的嘛，So ARM 是被汇丰银行这一边是给下调了，所以那个 ARM 是有跌的，所以这些是受到个股的影响的。通常这些是多大的影响呢？1-2天让市场消化一下，然后后面就是看一下会不会有买盘。今天早盘来说的话呢，抛售压力非常的大，因为这几天呢回落比较的大。昨天 Core View 是大跌的嘛，当然今天应该是不一样的 ，Core View 是回来了一半。昨天应该跌了26%左右吧，在收盘的时候如果再看，今天涨 13.75%， 这个是3倍做多韩国 MSCI 的这一个3倍做多的 杠杆的这个基金的，当然上面有耗损呢，所以回血的时候呢还是比较慢一点的。因为如果我们去看，譬如说在做2倍做多 SNDK 啊，或者在2倍做多美光，3倍做多韩国这一边的话呢，这些都是有耗损的。毕竟去达到这一些的话呢，一方面是看 index 再看期货，另外一方面是在看期权，而这个在实际操作交易去维持到这种2倍3倍的追踪来说的话呢，很多时候是把这一个便宜的给卖掉，然后去追贵的，上面是有耗损的。所以可能大家会觉得那个是在做正股的交易，但其实他去达到这一些追踪呢，没有真的2倍3倍追踪的，他去达到的这种方法呢，是利用这一个期权还有期货呢去达到的。Alright， 所以 SK Hynix 20% to the upside， 网络安全板块非常的强劲，CrowdStrike 接近11 ，PNW 呢 6.55，BB 呢也有些网络安全的属性的 cybersecurity，totally is actually 黑莓。这一点没有被怎么去讨论了，因为大家看到的是它的 QNX 自动驾驶的一个方面的嘛。But it's also got a suite there for 网络安全 ，right？Before they have the BlackBerry Enterprise Service， 但这里有加密通信、人工智能驱动的多年保护，所以它也是有这一方面的这个属性呢是摆着的。今天光通信稍微上来了一点点，前面还看到 Light 的，这会儿不知道跑到哪里去了，在这一边 4.31 左右。Soxel 在 8.62 不是很稳定， SNDK 再上来一点，到了接近 6% 左右，所以 Flash 那边这个走势的。AMD 3大 CPU 里面来说的话呢， INTC 也上来一点了， INTC 在这里 3.31， 但感觉 AMD 最近算是比较稳的一只。 AMD 刚跟英伟达涨幅基本上是一样的，但英伟达的市值远远超过于 AMD 的，所以英伟达维持了上一周的这一个强劲的走势，这里的涨幅接近 4%。补一下这个消息面，因为前面我们说过的嘛，是有 H200 的这一个利好嘛，这里有讨论的。So ZTE, Kanxun Telecom, and MagInfra are okay to buy NVIDIA H200 chips. 所以这里是在讨论来自于中国这一方面的 H200 的利好去推动的。前几天已经出现过一次这样子的这个消息面推动了。So that is moving it again. 今天稳定币这一边呢，刚在 Walsh 的这个演讲那一边呢，也受过很多的讨论。比特币是再次冲高，接近到了65000的这一个水平的，所以我们可以看到币这一边是有反应的。前面美国还有这一个英国呢，也是做出了联合的这一个声明的。Let me go bring that up. 所以刚刚我一边在听一边在看这一些消息面，还有再看一下还有在看那个股市那边的这一个异动的。But the UK and the US makes a joint statement here. Let me go bring it. 要有更加多的管制呢，摆在这一个稳定币上面。美国英国稳定币应由流动资产支持联合声明，寻求稳定币监管的途径。另外一边就是川普的那个 Truth Social 上面在讨论特别是对于 Clarity Act 有没有进一步的这一个动作。我来看一下有没有去找到哪一个。这是昨天的消息面，把这一个 Clarity 法案呢给去通过的清晰法案，用这一个去纪念这一个Lindsey Graham， 这位是上周末去世的参议员。So that was the news from yesterday. 好，现在我们去倒带看一下前面的这一个说法。这里是川普的这一个 Truth Social 的一个更新，在那个推文上面。Truth Social 呢，对应的这一家公司媒体公司来说的话呢，是 DJT。DJT 也有一些这一个核聚变的这一个概念的，所以有些能源概念的。今天 DJT 涨了， DJT 跟 AMC 都有。meme 股来说的话， DJT 涨幅来到 6.57%， about $9。这几天的话，这个月 DJT 算是偷偷在网上在冲高的。DJT 涨了 28% 左右，从6月25号到7月14号这一边3周左右，所以在悄悄涨上去。但那个是小股meme 股。 I saw AMC as well. AMC 上来 5.34。为什么这里边有些改变？因为今天美债收益率跌了不少嘛，所以就利好小股。3320家公司呢在涨的，只有2735家在跌，所以今天是比较是利好这一种的这个走势的。但是市场的分化呢还是非常的大，毕竟我们进入了财报季。现在有没有太大的一个危险？如果是重复刻了次贷危机的话，现在银行这一边走得非常的强劲。我们看到摩根大通的财报呢 ，they basically smashed it。对，市场这边是有风险的。摩根大通 Q2 净利润增长41%，股票交易收入飙升86%，所以可以看到现在的。但同时，现在的杠杆呢也是放到非常大，所以最近我们看到的这一个去港化的这一种的交易呢 ，deleveraging 呢，在进一步的去体现出来的。但这一会儿存储已经反弹了，我们也看到韩国指数，因为这几天我在会员那边一直在讨论，在频道上面跟大家讨论，就是到了重要的支撑了，到底什么时候去反弹呢？因为现在在走的基本上是头肩顶嘛。如果我们去看半导体这一边的话，半导体指数 SOX 这一边就比较的明显，到了这一些重要的防守点了，这里是瓶颈线的，所以在等这一个反弹。现在他喜欢去做的，我们看到了昨天周一的话呢，软件应用在涨的，今天是硬件了，所以比较担心的就是尾盘呢，硬件会不会有些这个抛售浪潮出现，然后又转回去软件应用，因为它基本上是一天软件。一天硬件，一天软件，一天硬件这样子去跳，所以并没有非常稳的一个趋势呢去走动出来的，又到了财报季，所以这就是为什么最近如果大家再去看那个硬件板块的话呢，操作非常的困难，因为它好一天坏一天，并不是像之前呢走这一段上行趋势的，因为趋势呢，我来画这一个分水岭吧，大家可以看到的嘛，在这一边呢走的是非常稳的，但是这里已经进入了这一种整理的阶段了嘛。顶部结构有没有？有顶部结构的，只是没有去确认这个顶部。它如果这样子跌破的话呢，这个头肩顶顶部就被确认了嘛。但现在它还守在这一个支撑线上面嘛。有不少的公司都是这样子的一个走势的。美光的话呢，也是头肩顶基本上是一样的。大家可以看到，上行隧道已经结束掉了，进入了整理，所以现在是在调整里面的。It's just going sideways。Sideways is good， 因为还是在等方向。这一次最大的赌注是什么东西呢 ？AI CapEx， 也就是现在the BofA Fund Manager Service。现在呢，市场到底最担心的是什么东西？这个是根据美银的全球的研究。现在FMS Investors 外面的投资者呢 ，sorry 那个统计来说的话，比美银的这份统计 Global Fund Manager。全球的这一个基金管理者的这个统计，外面市场是比较看重这一份这一个报告的，因为里面在告诉我们市场主要担忧的是什么东西毋庸置疑的，这几周的最主要的一个主题 AI bubble 是不是有 AI 泡沫了？所以最大的下一个点来说的话呢，就是在看月底的财报季了。七强里面，特斯拉和 Google 呢先上来。所以这个是在下周3和下周4，如果没有记错的话，我记得 Google 是特斯拉转一天有财报的。然后到了月底那一边呢，Cameron Walsh 在做美联储利率决议的时候，那个演讲如果有的话，那边呢是会有其余七强的一些财报的，像这一个Meta、微软、苹果、亚马逊这一些公司的话呢，都是摆在那1-2周里面的。所以我们会得到 AI CapEx 故事呢有没有被继续担心第二波的通胀回暖 26% 的担忧，因为我们看到利率呢，美债收率呢还是在持高的 disorderly rising bond yields， 我们刚刚讨论到美债收率 and there it goes， 但是这个也是受到了地缘政治，特别是油价又再次回暖到了80的，地缘政治是 8% 的这一个担忧的，但是大家可以看到呢，差不多一半的人呢，一半的这一个全球的基金管理来说的话呢，经理呢都是在看着 AI 泡沫。So right now the biggest story is going to be on AI CapEx。要看一下这一次的资本花费呢到底是怎么样的。前面已经是融资了，所以我觉得该花的钱呢会花。 所以这里还是在看资产配置来说的话呢，加仓美股与医疗股，但是 biotech 来说的话呢，已经是前面莫德纳那一天的跌幅 ，right？ There's a chip over here， 大家可以看到 chip in the armor， 大家可以感觉到就是好像有点不对劲，因为这里的抛售量有点大。这个是生物科技股S&P biotech ETF 基金，然后我们可以看到这里回落了，是回落了，给了一个回踩的一个机会嘛，但这里跌的这一个量有点大。然后我们最近看见软件应用板块来说的话呢，是有一些这一个动作的嘛，硬件那一边还在来回的这一个震荡，其实硬件那一边都有点走入了下行趋势了，要看你在看哪一只公司股票，因为个股上面的跌幅有些是更加大一点的嘛。如果你去看普遍的指数的话呢，有可能还是在我们在刚刚看的像半导体指数在头肩顶。所以这个还是 highly situational， 在看那个情况的不过强者很强啊，确实网络安全板块这边走得非常的强劲。biotech 来说的话呢，确实回踩了，如果它那个跌破趋势的话呢，就不是这么的喜欢了。特别是这一边如果再开始讨论的话，媒体开始放这一方面的消息出来，当大家都知道的时候呢，潜在价值就没有这么的多了，因为这是大家都知道的消息了。So that's gonna be a thing there。 如果我们再看外面的市场的信号的话，进入这一次的财报季。Alright, let's move back。 言归正传，因为明天还会有直播的，所以明天可以记得去讨论这一个点。我们先把前面的 Walsh 的这一个演讲再看一下。We can move from the most recent here。 看一下大家在看哪一些公司，大家可以把符号写在右边这一边。我来看一下直播间。英伟达又准备冲新高了吗？不一定啊，新高还是挺远的，要看财报前呢。英伟达最近利好连发，对，开始转了。其实 AVGO 也上来一点了。诺基亚怎么办？诺基亚的话，今天是盘前有爱立信的这一个 Ericsson 的财报的。How did it do on that one? Yeah, not too good. That's not good for Nokia. 还好诺基亚这里没有跌太多下去，因为这两个是同一个板块的嘛，都是在因为 6G 那一边的话呢，有 Ericsson、Nokia and Motorola， 但这个 Motorola 是有点不一样的，不是大家在想的那一个的。It's a bit of a different one. 6G key players， 当然里面还有那个高通芯片角度的话，所以这几家是主要的。母公司是 Lenovo 啊，都是公认的行业参与者的，在 6G 上面，所以诺基亚是摆在这一边的。这里主要在看的是什么呢？ RAN 这一个原生无线接入的这个网 Radio Access Network， 我们在看的是这一边的。这个是谁说的呢？黄老板，前面我们去看过这一个黄老板的嘛。AI RAN 2024 Alliance。这个就是所谓的 AI Radio 概念了，前面在走的。所以爱立信的那个财报跌了不少的话呢，我们可以看到还好诺基亚没有怎么去被影响到，因为诺基亚前面已经跌过了。诺基亚也是这个顶部结构已经前几天已经被确认过了嘛，因为瓶颈线在这里了，它这里跌破了，所以它基本上这个火箭头呢已经出来了。而且这里基本上已经跌到了缺口了，所以它缺口基本上快补齐了，到了这一些比较 It's probably oversold as well on the daily， 应该差不多超卖了。我来看一下 RSI 应该很低了，接近30这一边呢38，到了30这一边的话呢，缺口补齐，反而是接近了这一些支撑点位，这个早就破位了，在这一边的时候已经破位了，因为瓶颈线在这一边嘛，一次2次，然后第3次直接跌下去了，事不过3。And then， 跌的话也差不多跌掉了 33% actually。CPI，Kevin Walsh 已经做过反应了， 他觉得这份报告是不错的，但不代表任务已经完成了。所以这个是他的看法。All right, let's do our recap. 这里有太多消息面了，我先把 Walsh 那些给弄出来，因为还有很多川普的消息跟伊朗的情况摆在那一边。另外一方面，我在关注的是莫兹 MERS 跟那个 MERS spelled it wrong MERS 跟这一个日本首相高市的这一个会见。So that's going to be one of the key ones. 这个应该是影响，因为我同时在看 Yen Carry Trade 嘛。Sorry， 我来找一下。是在10月的时候去做这一个访问的，在亚洲那一边，所以到时候应该是会去，应该有可能去韩国的吧？刚刚那边已经写韩国了嘛？无人机供应链等议题呢，都是会被讨论到的，所以这个是在10月的时候去进行的。那还有一段时间，因为在10月之前呢，有另外一个重要的访问的，也就是中国去美国的这一个回访，就在中秋那一边。I believe it's on September 24th。所以在9月底到10月那一边呢，有2个比较重要的点啊，一个就是德国这一边的访问去亚洲这一边，另外的一个就是中国的回访去美国，应该是在9月24号的。然后9月25号应该就是中秋了。那么美国那边应该是有时差的，所以正好是亚洲时间那个中秋的话，正好就是美国那个24号那一边嘛。今年中秋节是在9月25号。All right, let's go back to Walsh here. 等一下，我去从开头开始。哦，对，那个 SK Hynix 的点位，因为前面我们是一起看着它开，我不知道它有没有留着，因为我是在 SKHYV 上面，哦，它有留着 ，That's good. That's good. Let's go take a look. 这是我们上周画的，因为我们在做那个 SK Hynix 的这一个走势嘛。但是那个时候只能用1分钟的线呢去画这一些走势的嘛，所以暂时它粘着184附近，因为这里是161.8%的黄金分割线的这一个 extension， 用1分钟线画的，我觉得就是一般般的。I mean it's still working quite a bit, so we'll see. 上方这一边的话是194左右，但这会儿它是粘在184这一边。All right, let's go back here. 对，这一期直播非常的长，接近4小时了。因为那个前面感谢各位收看啊，我知道今天直播非常的长，但是这连续2天的会议呢就是这么的长的，基本上2个都是在2到3个小时左右的。All right, let's move back here. 这些我们前面已经看过了，是他写的致辞，在美联储官网上面，直播刚开始的时候就有了。Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace. 这里也讨论过了。劳务市场这一边非常的稳定，这边我们讨论过了。The Fed is monitoring implications for inflation and the labor market. 所以这里是在看双方针，通胀和劳务市场。Have a duty to take a fresh look at current practices to make sure we are serving our objectives. 这里就在讨论它的这一个改革和重组，去那个验证美联储是在去好好的去完成自己的这一个目标的。The purpose of task forces is to equip the Fed to make better monetary policy decisions. Put years of high inflation. 这个就是讨论，因为在今天的演讲，今天的那个辩论会，今天这一个国会山的这里的讨论里面呢， 有很多是指向5年呢，美联储没有去达到了这个通胀目标的，所以 Walsh 不断的重申呢，会把通胀呢给这一个降服的，然后是去确保物价稳定。美联储的双分针呢有2方面的，一个就是 price stability 物价稳定，另外一方面就是 max employment 充分就业。充分就业也有被讨论到的，因为大家担心的呢一个比较大的一个主题就是 AI 代替工作嘛，所以这里就指向了 productivity 生产率啊各方面的。Walsh 是说不担心这一个生产率的，没有怕这一个生产率。觉得后面呢会帮助这一个薪水还有这一个经济呢增长呢，都是来自于这些 AI productivity gains 人工智能的这个生产率的这一个增益呢，收益来说的话呢，能去帮助带来这一些好处的。至于对于劳动市场的干扰来说的话呢，他觉得是短期这一边呢有很多的未知数和不确定性，但是他觉得在后面呢 it's going to augment 也就是帮助强化，譬如说在工作方面的，因为大家可以把时代往回倒，我们坐进去小叮当的时光机里面去，让时间回到40多年前，也就是 PC 呢，也就不是 PC， 也就是电脑呢，刚是出来了，就好像 AI 这样子呢，一个全新的科技发展出来了，但是我们见到的呢，对一些旧的工作呢是消失了，但是呢新的工作呢也产生了，所以有可能是这样子的一种效果的，不一定是往不好的方向去发展的，而是去形成了一些新的这一种的工作的。当时 Kevin Walsh 呢也用了一个比较有意思的比喻的嘛，就是说你看到互联网出来的时候20-30年前的时候，你会不会去想到后面呢它会帮助去促成这一个网约车的这一个经济，后面我们会有 Uber、Lyft 这一些的这个司机的，所以它都是一步步去演变出来的，这个要看市场后面的步伐呢是怎么样的一个走势的。Alright, back over here. The balance sheet task force will probe advantages and disadvantages of the ample reserves regime and explore alternatives. 这里是在讨论个别的这个工作组了，刚刚这个是资产的负债表的，然后去看一下优势和不好，如果是充盈的这一个储备资金。Job creation has kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low. 失业率非常的低。就业创造的话呢，是跟这一个劳动大队呢是有去匹配这一个步伐的。Let's take a look. 失业率没有怎么改变，没有这么多的裁员，然后在那个薪水的增长来说的话呢，也是非常稳健的增长。So there hasn't been really much changes there. 不过这里值得一提的就是每一周会出来一次的那个小非农提供的这个公司 ADP 呢，这是新的公司，大非农是由美国的这一个劳动部统计局呢 Bureau of Labor Statistics 去统计出来的。这个小非农呢每周有一次更新的，前值是21000，这一次出来是19700的。Yes, the labor market is actually cooling down a little bit. 所以这里就业的增长的数字呢是在降温的。我们可以看到条件啊 CPI 呢下来了，劳动市场那一边呢，大非农呢上一次呢也是不及预期的下来了，但是没有转负或者怎么样，只是非常的稳健的。所以这里开始制造出来的环境呢，可以让美联储不去加息，而是按兵不动，这个条件是之间反射出来的。这就是为什么我会看到在加息几率方面来说的话呢，大幅度呢是打了这一个折扣的。前面我们看到呢差不多是涨到一半的几率呢，在2周之后呢 Kevin Walsh 出来说我们加息，但是大家可以看到现在这个几率呢是被打发了不少啊，现在是回落到了 16.6 左右的，有超过80%的几率呢是上来去说按兵不动。当然9月这一边这个几率还是挺高的，9月那一边 still gonna get quite a big of, 这里加息的几率高达60%的，在9月的时候，所以基本上一步步在打。然后接近尾声的时候呢，在刚刚的这一个 hearing 呢也讨论到了这一个 trimming 的 trimming 来说的话呢，是另外一种去看美联储最喜欢的指标 PC 的这一个方法的，对吧？利用这一种的平均去把一些大的这个波动呢给挪除掉的。前面我们的直播呢已经去讨论过了，这个是由 Dallas 美联储呢去提供的。大家会说的嘛，虽然 Walsh 那边有点绕过去那个问题啊，但为什么有可能会 考虑，譬如说 Walsh 去讨论用这个呢？一方面是在波动角度来说的话 ，because this is using something more like 它的这个计算方法的话呢，特别是这一个 mean 嘛，像这种平均的这种做法的话呢，是可以去掉，因为如果你在看单位数字的话呢，你会看到 PCE 非常的高，因为这个就是包含了实物和这一个油价的影响的话呢。头条的通胀呢是比较的高一点的，核心譬如说飞机票各方面也受到影响的，所以你去看个别月份的话呢，可能对于大局呢是有偏差的嘛。如果你去看这种平均的话，特别是用一些特别的算法呢，可能 2% 的通胀目标呢就已经到了，因为大家可以看到在2月的时候呢，6个月的呢是在 2.0 了。在这里1个月的 PCE inflation 呢 trend mean 的用法呢是在 2.0 的，你如果用 PCE 的话呢，它是高达 4.9 的，然后你用6个月的这一个年化的这一种走势的话呢是 3.6 的，所以如果是去看利用 trend mean 的话呢，它是更加的能去达到 2.0 的通胀目标的，而这样子的话呢，对吧？就比较的是不用这么的去让美联储就可以不用这么着急的去加息啊，让我去放鹰派，而是可以去看按兵不动，或者甚至是转向降息的。所以要降息的话呢，需要时间，因为现在的环境呢，不管去看地缘政治，还有很多短线的因素呢，都是不利于降息的，那就拖。所以大家可以看到，在拖延战上面来说的话呢，工作组9到12个月往后面再走动，所以我个人感觉就是在拖延时间嘛，因为现在确实降不了息，所以就在往后面再等待呢，看有没有别的这一个机会了。一种方法就是把通胀的目标通胀的指标来说的话呢，美联储在运用的这个指标呢给换掉，对吧？用 trend mean 或者别的这一种的方法呢，更加是离这一个目标更加近的。这个后面怎么演变的话呢，现在也没有答案，因为如果去问 Cameron Walsh 的话呢， Cameron Walsh 会跟你去说我们在等工作组的这一些的结果和这一个回报，和这一个报告。还是那句话啊，如果大家家里有任何问题的话呢， Cameron Walsh 总有一款工作组是适合大家的。 Alright, let's move on from trend mean. Let's go on here. We want economic growth to be more broad-based. We want an increase in 这是前面的吗？对，这里是刚开始的时候。这个非常的重要，也是今天的一个主题的。通胀是一个选择的，所以美联储这一边呢 Walsh 说他和他的这一些其余的这个美联储理事呢，选择就是要把这个通胀呢给降服，毕竟5年没有达到目标了。然后经济增长要更加广泛。We want an increase in inflation to be more limited. 然后就是要把通胀给降服了。This isn't a time for the Fed to pass the buck on inflation. 这个不是那个美联储就是去忽略掉这一个通胀的这一个影响啊，而是把通胀想办法呢，把这个 2% 的目标呢给其解决掉了。Fed is making a commitment on price stability.The Fed has the tools to deliver price stability. 美联储也有足够的这一个工具呢，去确保物价稳定的。这里工具呢，它是指向这一个利率控制 ，right? Rates and you got your balance sheet， 也就是美联储的这一个资产的负债表。It was no secret that I was very critical of the 2020 Fed framework. Fed framework is a mistake, did not succeed.在疫情时候，美联储的框架来说的话呢，是一个错误，然后是没有成功的。We will revisit inflation frameworks to understand what causes inflation and what we can do. 所以美联储也会重新的去看这一些通胀的框架呢，去更加好的去了解通胀，和美联储应该去做出的对应措施。Right now, task forces are in discovery mode. 现在工作组还是在探索的阶段里面。工作组会把观点呢，跟19位这一个政策制造者一起去探索的。It will be public discussion， 这是公众的这一个讨论会的。然后Walsh 呢是会去分享结果的。固定的时间，在固定的时间 periodically。Any changes in balance sheet policy will be previewed。如果有任何的美联储的这一个资产负债表的政策的改变的话呢，是会有预览的。The balance sheet is part of monetary policy. It's not merely about plumbing. 这一个 balance sheet 呢，也就是美联储的资产负债表呢，是货币政策的一部分的。Fed must stay clear of fiscal， 这里就是在树立清楚，就是美联储呢不在政治跑道里面，不去跟这一个财政部呢那边有些职责是财政部的，让财政部去做，美联储做好美联储的这一些责任然后去保持美联储的独立性，不受到外来的政治的因素的这些干扰来说的话呢，也是今天的一个主题的。I don't expect any change in communication to be about hiding the ball。大家会说，那么 so the Fed goes dark， 美联储呢就是下线了，然后 off the grid， 然后大家看不到美联储的动作了，那是不是在隐藏些什么呢？所以沃什说了，这里的改变呢，在美联储怎么去跟大家去通信上面来说的话呢，并不是为了去隐藏什么 ，not hiding the ball。30-year mortgage rates are high in part because of inflation。所以沃什呢有很多问题来说的话，包括房屋这一方面，30年房贷太高的话呢，这些都是因为通胀的。所以如果美联储能做好自己的双方针，特别是物价稳定的这一个方针的话呢，那就可以去进一步的避免这一些问题了。Price stability is consistent with lower long-term yields。所以物价稳定呢，也就代表这一个长线的美债收益率呢，长线的利润是比较低一点的。We're not afraid of productivity-led growth。所以生产率在领先的这种增长呢是不害怕的，因为大家会说的，你担不担心通胀回暖呢？经济过热或者各种的，那时候要加息了，去降温经济了。对，经济涨得太好也不行的，是要去降温的，因为你会担心后面会不会有通胀的这一种的问题的。The labor market has been remarkably resilient。劳动市场来说的话呢，是非常的有韧性。The increase in nominal wages has been solid。Two parts of the Fed mandate are not in conflict。 所以这里比较有意思因为在鲍威尔的时代呢，我们是经常听到的嘛，要打太极，两边去顾着的，也就是到底是去救劳动市场呢，还是去救这一个通胀的。现在的说法就是，Walsh的说法是双方真没有拉扯的，你不用去做这种取舍的。现在劳动市场在非常好的一个平衡里面。We have some work to do on the inflation front。 但是通胀这一边呢，美联储是要去完成这一个任务的。We do not want to be in the bailout business。 所以这里就在讨论了，就是说我忘记这里提问的是不是那位议员，因为有一位议员呢在问问题之前呢，先引导一下的。因为今天是在国会山，所以很多讨论都是比较有政治性的嘛，所以前面就是说加密币呢是拿来去藏钱的嘛，所以他然后说了一些就是对加密币不是非常有利的一些言辞。到了后面就开始去问了嘛，就是说那个money markets 来说的话呢，次贷危机呢，美联储去救。那么如果加密币出问题的话，稳定币出问题的话呢，加密币会怎么样？Walsh 这里的回答辩护来说的话呢，就是去说我不会让他走到那一步，我们先把这些的风险呢想办法去避免掉，这是美联储的一个想法，并不是代表并没有直接去说不救他的意思就是我们想办法把这种有可能会产生一些风险呢，先去给避免掉。So try to avoid。 这样子美联储呢就不用处于在一个位置里面呢，需要去帮助。We'd want to be in a position where we aren't bailing out anyone, including crypto。 这就是刚我在表达的这一句话。In 6 weeks, we've caused a sea of change in new thinking。 所以这里在他接管了六周之后呢，已经有一片海的这么广泛的一些这一个新的思维呢，是带入了美联储。Reforms will be forthcoming in everything at the Fed, including supervision, regulation, and payments。 所以这一个改革呢，在美联储呢会是全方位的，包括在监管呢、管制还有在这一个支付上面的。当然，里面也讨论到了安全，因为前面大家也听到的就是量子计算呢发展到一定的地步来说的话呢，譬如说对于比特币的这一个加密这一方面呢，会不会受到影响 ？encryption 受到影响各方面。当然到那一个地步的话呢，还有非常长的一段距离摆在那边，这个是非常受争议的一个点的。回到这里的问题呢，这里就是在确保美联储系统的这些安全嘛，还有这一个加密 encryption 来说的话呢，是这里说的加密不是 cryptocurrency 而是 encryption。这种加密防范来说的话呢，是足够去对应这一些潜在的一些 vulnerabilities 一些这一个问题的和风险。 后面就是说美联储的独立性的质疑了。如果总统在批评你怎么样，然后沃尔说我们遵守法律，会跟着数据去办事情的。I'll follow the data, even if Trump criticizes me. Not trying to take risks out of the markets in normal times. There is no cruel choice between stable price and swollen point. 双方真没有拉扯。We don't have to run a balancing test. 我们不用这样子去平衡测试，说我们做了这个决定怎么去影响到物价，我们做这个决定怎么去影响到充分就业。就这个跟前面鲍威尔的说法是不一样的，当然现在市场环境也不一样。In the longer term, AI means material productivity improvement, and it can be quite far out. 所以这就前面那个点我刚刚已经去讨论过了，人工智能呢在本质性上面会见到生产率的这一个进步的，这是在长线。Well, how long term?要等多久呢？这个很难说的。Kevin Walsh 前面也是在讨论这一点的。Fed's Chair Walsh, the Fed can think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. 当然，美联储主席还有财政部长呢是基本上每一周会见面一次的，所以这里是在讨论，在考虑什么时候跟财政部这边去买债的话，但是要仔细的去想一想。所以 Walsh 跟贝森特呢已经去喝过茶了，怎么知道的呢？上一次他也说了，贝森特直接剖出来了嘛。之前鲍威尔是跟前面的是 Janet Yellen 也是前美联储主席啊 ，so that was pretty interesting。鲍威尔会不会去做财政部长？难说。前面 Janet Yellen 确实是做完美联储主席去做这一个美国的财政部长。I'm not of the view we can go back to the 2006 balance sheet. We can achieve other balance sheet. 这里在找这个资产负债表的这个平衡，然后再讨论这个次贷危机的。My best guess is AI will augment work, not replace. 所以这里就是前面我们那个讨论的，人工智能呢帮助我们去强化，当我们在工作的时候，并不是就是去直接给代替掉啊。就好像我们有电脑的时候呢，我们去统计数据。做表啊各方面的，那么你回到了60、70年代的话呢，不是用电脑，你是用手呢直接给写出来的。你做会计的时候也是用手笔去写出来的嘛。但电脑时代的话呢，有这种强化感 ，augment， 你有像这些不同的软件呢，像 Excel 呢，去帮助你这些工作表、格式表来说的话呢，当然还有很多不同的，这只是一种了。但是这一些呢，感觉都是在帮你强化。在工作的时候呢，去做一些以前做不到的事情。大家会说时代不会代替吗？或者怎么样吗？但时代是进步的呀，会代替并不代表是往更加不好的方向去走的。譬如如果我们把时间呢倒回去100多年前的话呢，我们去外面去看的话呢 ，right？ 并不是像现在呢，大家都是在开车的。那个时候你回到100、200年前去的话呢，是在骑马的嘛，对吧？所以在那个时候呢，去骑马，然后说。好，之后呢，也都是去做骑马的。反正几百年、几千年过来的话呢，大家都是在骑马的嘛。到了现代时代呢，是走向了汽车，然后电动车，然后后面有可能有能飞的这一些车了，或者是别的这一种的运输的这种服务了，而且它能自己开、自己驾驶。所以大家可以看到，时代是不断的去改变的，不一定是往不好的方向去走动的。至于要去代替的这一种劳工来说的话呢，可能产生新的这一种工作的这种职业的。So we have to see what happens. I do not think that after today's CPI report, everything is well. 也就是代表呢，今天 CPI 报告呢，不代表一切就变得非常的好啊，非常的就任务完成了。Mission accomplished is not a view after today's data. 所以前面市场听到这一句话呢，美联储要继续放鹰，然后就回落了一下。但是其实这一会儿标普500指数的话呢，7550。I mean, it's still similar. 前面受到中东前线的一些那个报告，因为前面有攻击，美国有可能是在攻击的这些报告上面呢去出现的。一会儿我们再往上走会见到的。我们说完Walsh之后，我去给大家看川普说一些什么东西的。今天直播比较长，因为在去叙述前面我们错过的那些新闻嘛。But for now, we're near 7550. 我的点位在755 Wow, that's actually where we hit near the top. 下一个点位7578，因为缺口是在7575这一边，它跳空的嘛，然后一个小 V 上来了。周二前面川普的那个新闻的时候，我在刚直播的时候也跟大家讨论过了嘛。So that was the move. So we can see this is trying to move a bit higher. 为什么这么的强劲？英伟达涨了呀，英伟达右上角大家可以看到了吗？来到这里，英伟达涨幅接近4%了嘛。这几天直播重点是什么呢？这几天一个不是重点啊，规律大家会发现到的就是英伟达走的是挺强劲的因为英伟达渐渐的转弯开始在冲高，特别是进入了这一波 Capex。为什么呢？因为如果 AI Capex 那边继续的话呢，不单是对吧，存储那边受益的，如果大家在看，因为最近存储的目光比较多，特别是韩国股市那边跌的比较多嘛 ，SK Hynix、三星这一些的。但是归根究底，回到第一瓶颈嘛，第二瓶颈是存储嘛，第一瓶颈是什么 ？GPU， 所以回到了英伟达 AMD 了，对吧？譬如说 H200能卖的话呢，是不是也同时利好了这一个 AMD？ 另外一边的话，就是如果 AI Capex 蓄势再继续的话呢，那也是同时利好这两家公司的嘛。所以我们可以看到 AVGO 呢也同时被带动的，因为不只有 GPU， 你还有 ASIC 这一方面的，像那个博通跟 Google 合作去做的 TPU 这一些的。So there's a lot out there。当然在那个 ASIC 角度，还有 MRVL 这些公司的 MRVL 今天也有反弹。强弱就另外一个故事了。All right, back to Warsh. Dollar equity swap lines. I'm doubling down on 2% inflation target. 所以这里呢可以看到的，这一次主要的任务呢就是把2%的通胀目标去达到了，毕竟已经好几年是没有了。The broader price stability objective is still in the back of my mind. We'll see there are further reforms to be had. 物价稳定的目标来说的话呢，是在 Warsh 脑海里面的，要看有没有更加多的改革。I prefer monetary policy that avoids the boom and bust. We cannot have direct immediate effect on short-term price changes. 我在找主要的重点去看呢，因为我想去进入川普的那个单元的，因为那边有很多重要的消息面。In coming period, we'll have good family fight. 再过2周多，而且这里再过2周多的话呢，美联储就已经出来公布利率决议了嘛。所以再过2周，他们已经开始基本上在开会了，因为开会是维持2天的，周2和周3的。周32点美东公布利率决议嘛，然后再过半个小时，通常是有这一个发布会的。但是发布会不一定有，要看通信这一边是怎么样的一个工作组怎么样的一个答案嘛，因为他是说有大事情我们会来通知你的，譬如说改变了 balance sheet， 这是他今天说的。但没有大事情的话 we'll see what happens. June CPI was positive relative to expectations. 所以6月的 CPI 呢是比较是积极的。跟预期去对比的话 Cameron 说 I'm not cherry picking. There's still plenty of work to do. 所以这里呢不是单一的指出这一份比较好的报告，这里还是有工作要去完成的，给美联储。工作指的是把通胀打压下来。Fed has more control on price level than on unemployment rate. 这里美联储是有更加多的控制摆在这一个物价水平上面，而不是在失业率上面。No preferred inflation measure from the Reserve Banks. I don't think QE is inherently inflationary, especially in a crisis. 在面临危机的时候呢，不认为 QE 量化宽松呢，印钞本身会导致这一个通货膨胀。刚那句也是比较重要的，因为这个Warsh 对于 QE 的看法呢，这个大家都知道的，所以在看如果 willing to be aggressive with balance sheet in a crisis， 所以这里呢该去用美联储的 balance sheet， 该去印钞放水呢，它还是会去用的。aggressive 这个字是非常的重的。Verizon plans 这里是在讨论裁员呢，刚就说没有这么多裁员的，但微软有裁员，然后这里我们可以看到美国大的通信公司 Verizon 也是有的。然后就开始来了这一些别的我刚才在讨论的一些利空了。Iran fired missiles and drones at Kuwait， 所以科威特这里是受到了伊朗的攻击的，所以前面我们看到是有有一些这一个动作的。Was that it? Oh, that was actually it. 然后基本上就结束了，因为这里已经到了1点美东了，10点是我的时间，现在差不多11点了。All right, so that was Cameron Warsh. 感谢各位观看那个今天的第一天哦，像那个刚刚那个 Chairman Hill 那一边说的嘛 ，Season 1 Episode 1， 今天是第一季第一集，明天是 Episode 2，第二集，也就是在参议院这一边呢，什么时间？同样的10点美东。多久呢？应该2个多小时。这2个不同的委员会应该 size 不一样吧？总觉得参议院那边小一点，所以好像是短一点的。 回答会有区别吗？问题应该是不一样，但是 Walsh 的回答的话呢，通常往常的美联储主席啊，鲍威尔的时代呢，都是保持头1-2天都是差不多是一样的这种说法的。致辞不改变的，通常都是维持那个第一份的，而且那个他在发言的时候呢就说了嘛，那份致辞呢都已经摆在了美联储官网上面的，而且是在他读的时候已经出来2个小时了，所以市场对那个是没有反应的。这个我们刚刚直播开始的时候已经去说过了。All right， 现在我们把 let's shift gears a little bit， 我们去川普。Trump earned sanctions waivers, no regrets。在这一个伊朗制裁豁免上面毫不后悔。他们先开枪，这是个大的错误，这应该指的是伊朗那一边的，听火吧。Trump reverses 20, sorry, not that one. We will take a lot of oil out of Iraq, going to do a lot of deals, create a lot of jobs with Iraq. 因为今天是接待了伊拉克的这个来访的，从伊拉克开采大量的这个石油，将伊拉克达成许多的协议，创造大量的就业机会。觉得通胀的这一个趋势呢，会这一个保持。Remember that for the midterms, we will bring prices much lower yet. 针对于通胀报告，特别是在中期选举上面呢，价格呢会继续的跌下来的。On the Russia sanctions bill, I think they might add Iran. 在那个俄罗斯的制裁的法案提问，有可能把伊朗加进去。另外一些 might add Hezbollah 真主党有可能也会被加到俄罗斯的这个制裁的法案里面去了。2度应该是2度吧？对，2级制裁来说的话呢，对中国的2级讨论尚未讨论。And then that was the end of those remarks. That was pretty much it. 我记得前面有些更加重要的，等一下我们再倒带一下。因为前面有一些是重要的，然后我去给读出来的。Let me go find it, because there was more important stuff there before. I think it was this one. 霍尔木兹海峡对于所有的这一个对伊朗以外的所有船只开放，所以当时原油价格就下来了。我们看一下原油运行在多少。今天我们上来的时候，原油是冲向80的，现在已经下来了，因为mini TACO， 毕竟今天是周二啊，小 TACO 吧。但我觉得这里对伊朗强硬的姿态没放下来呀，所以也不想说是完全的 TACO。因为这里写了嘛，会封锁嘛。如果封锁有所改变的话，就不一样了。毕竟 we will have a full blockade, but only on ships coming in to and from Iranian ports， 只是对于来自这一个限于往返，对吧？伊朗港口的船只呢，实行全面的封锁，所以这一方面并没有 TACO 啊。所以前面我在看直播间这边在讨论 TACO， 在说感觉不是 TACO 啊这种，因为对伊朗的姿态没有放宽松在这一边。这2天比较多的讨论是在伊朗的核的项目的研发上面啊。那么去年我们看到是 Natanz、Fordow 这一些的不同的这一个设施的，然后我们也看到这个轰炸机是过去的，但是这里呢还遗留下来是 Pickaxe Mountain， 所以现在呢有可能还在浓缩这个油的，还在 enrich 这个 uranium 的，但是Pickaxe Mountain 呢这一个地方呢这个区域呢是更加难去被轰炸机去摸到的一个地方，因为它更加的深厚。刚忘记看了 Gamma 了，先跑回来标普这一边。We're getting close， 已经到了2点美东了，所以要变盘的话呢，这一边开始有动作的。今天尾盘是最后一次操作恐慌指数的期权的一个机会，因为恐慌指数是明天开盘去结算的，所以有的时候周2、周3会见到变盘。这一会儿看多期权的 Gamma 呢是比较多，我看了一下前面。今天全天基本上都是绿色的，也就代表看多的期权在控制着市场。现在的话，最大的 gamma 是在7550形成这个压力区域的，下方的支撑在7536左右，上方没有打开太高的幅度，7560左右。你去7565、7570这一些的话呢，根本是没有这么大的一个幅度呢，去摆在那一边的。All right, back to Trump over here. 以色列跟黎巴嫩这一边呢有进一步的推动和平的谈判，更广泛的停火协议呢正在瓦解。根据 New York Times， 是不是 fake news 呢？这个就打一个问号了。There's no cruel choice between oil's flowing like never before。然后这个前面也讨论过了。I've decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee， 20% 的补偿费。这个前面刚出来的时候已经去读过了。这里是川普还有伊拉克的总理 Ali al-Zadi 会晤的时候去那个看到的这个画面。然后前面Walsh 在演讲的时候呢，这边就出现一些利空的嘛。根据 forex 通讯社报告嘛，一艘埃联油的油轮在阿曼海峡附近遭到袭击。然后就是这一些，美国炮弹在伊朗的基什岛附近水力发电设施附近爆炸。所以这些发生的时候呢，股市那边是有些震荡的，但其实波动就还好，并没有这么的大。消息面就点评到这一边了。明天我们继续的去追踪这一方面的方向。最后我们看一下股市吧。我先 rewind 一下，看一下大家在看什么股票。Probably have to go for a while. No problem. 明天还有呢，明天有 round 2。这里比较关心的是哪一边？为什么这一边差不多了？球赛快开始了呀，这2天都是半决赛呀，所以2天的直播呢，都正好在这一个半决赛之前结束的。So, it's Spain today, right? 今天是法国对西班牙了，对吧？这场比赛应该很多人在看了。前面哈兰德好可惜啊，就差一点点了，就差一点点。而且哈兰德有几次呢，明明队友可以传给他，就是不传。反正7号就想知道7号到底发生什么事情了。这里当然指的是挪威的那一场啊，2-1败给了这一个英国队。但是没办法，哈兰德去对英国队的时候，英国的后卫那一边4个里面3个呢都是在那个 Premier League 这一边的，在英国那一边踢的。因为那个哈兰德也是在 Premier League 这一边的嘛，所以应该是比较熟悉了。凯恩同时也是被 Harry Kane 那边也是被封锁的嘛，基本上2个超级巨星都是没有太大的一个 Bellingham 那边有那个。大家是看好哪一边？法国还是西班牙？还有1个小时不到就开始了，50多分钟，半决赛。另外一边就是阿根廷了，阿根廷对英国嘛。明天梅西对 Kane。来看一下大家喜欢哪一边？西班牙还是那个法国 ？Let's see, F for France or S for Spain？ 看一下大家喜欢哪一个？哈兰德真的是好可惜。法国吗？西班牙吗？7号太雷了。没有，因为我刷的时候我就刷到了，全部都在讨论7号嘛。母总吗？看好法国母总吗？西班牙吗？法国胜率大吗？其实这里我们频道上面做过这一个讨论的嘛，凑一下世界杯的这一个热度来看的时候。So we were talking about it. We had the post up. 加息那一边我们也讨论过了嘛，就是我新摆上去的，因为昨天加息几率提高到了1半。7月29号的美联储的会议呢也快到了，这不是打错，只是在讨论 What would the Fed do？ 所以7月29号美联储利率决议的时候会加息还是不加息呢？大家可以看到大多数人相信是不加息的，这个是在今天 CPI 报告出来之前，就是还是有这么多人相信这一点的，就大家基本上都 right this is pretty close to 现在我们去看加息和降息几率的话呢，差不多就是这样子的。当然市场估算的是8成以上的几率呢，现在是不会去加息的嘛，所以这里暂时2900投票的话呢是摆在那一边的。最后哪一边去胜出的，这个我们是2周前就摆在那一边的了，因为当时就是这2个热门，因为大家可以看到这里没有把英国、西班牙或者别的国家摆在这一边，就都写了其他了，而投票呢就只有22给其他的。It's been a 2-horse race， 基本上是2匹马呢这一边的这一个竞争嘛，一边是重复刻2022年的世界杯的决赛嘛，法国对这一个阿根廷嘛。So 法国那一边你有2位 非常强的这个球员嘛 ，Dembele and 这一个姆总，然后阿根廷这边是梅西嘛 ，so see what happens。这里是不相伯仲啊，阿根廷是40的，法国这边是38左右。But this thing's been pretty good。另外一个就是我觉得会有的主题是主办国嘛，主办国基本上都踢到了不错的一个成绩的嘛，包括加拿大。But anyways, this starts soon。我看一下大家在看哪一支公司。刚刚我看到了 AMD， 哈兰德太讨喜了。Lots of Fs, lots of S。大家觉得法国胜率大了。And Olise 对 Olise 是比较强一点的。哈兰德跟那个英国进球的 Erling Haaland 跟那个 Bellingham 他们是比较好的朋友的，其实。So they were together。所以他们那个比赛结束的时候有 they were together like giving each other a hug。对，有互相去拥抱一下的，鼓舞一下，鼓励一下。I mean, Haaland still looked happy。这一次进入半决赛这一边呢，前面都已经踢过几场非常精彩的。今年感觉最好看的是 Capo Verde 佛得角对那个阿根廷的那一场，感觉是非常精彩的。那里面佛得角去进的那一球非常的漂亮啊，第二球的时候，那个感觉是整个世界杯里面暂时进球最漂亮的一个。毕竟大多数人是没有想到佛得角能把阿根廷推到那一种的地步，这几次阿根廷都需要去到加时才可以。IBM 嘛 ，IBM 真的是有点是非常的弱，前面已经看过了。IBM's not doing too well today， 基本上没有买盘进去，not that great。今天有没有支撑 ？Well, it's right on support, right？ 它跌到了应该去的这一个低位的 ，right？ There's support right here。问题是什么？问题就是你跌破了大约200左右的话呢，下方真的是很远，下方在163这一边的。Because there's a key support level here。今天已经跌到第一个支撑了，但是这里下面还有的支撑的话就远了。大家可以看到，跌破这里的话呢，下方的支撑很远。I mean, you got another level here。这里还有一个 ，There's another level right over here. That's pretty decent too。这两边。200附近吧，现在已经在支撑的第一个支撑这一边的，大家可以看到非常好的、完美的、非常的对称的。所以通常这种东西引到大跌，我们是见到什么样的一回事呢？ Well, we can bring it back to Oscar Health。 我知道不是同级别、不是同板块的那个市值的，但回到这个抄底季嘛，因为前面 sorry 不是 Oscar Health， 是 Centene 医保这一边。这一次联合健康是高位进去的，所以我觉得比较的是有意思。大家可以看到这里呢，财报暴雷跌了 40% 的，然后后面呢一路下滑的，大家就会说的，那这里33和这一个28接盘是不好的吗？Not really。 现在它在68，你都基本上翻倍了。问题是什么？你要等 right？ 前面我们在点评这只股票的时候已经说过了，这边抄底呢，在接飞刀的时候呢，短线是非常不好的，浮亏会非常的难受的。那长线呢，翻倍有多。所以这里最缺乏的来说的这里最需要的是耐心，特别是在一些公司上面呢去修复的话，如果你没有这么多时间去等这些东西的话呢，去做这种抄底呢，去搏反弹呢，不一定能行。因为大家可以看到的嘛，这里变成了飞刀模式，如果跑进去随便去接这个抄底的话呢，很容易 hand caught in the cookie jar， 然后基本上它后面呢是一路下滑的。一个最好的例子呢，就是像 FICO 的暴跌，因为 FICO 一直在那个下行趋势里面的 right？ 反弹不走的话呢，深套，反弹不走深套，越走越低，越走越低。因为这里前面都有大的跌幅的，或者去另外一个支付非常重要的一家公司的 Fiserv， 对吧？大家可以看到的嘛，暴跌越走越低，暴跌越走越低，现在等收购，要看哪一家大的银行呢把它给拿下来。这几天它有可能会有异动呢，就是在等这一个点嘛，但你不知道哪一天是的，这就是这里最被动的一个点。因为你靠着基本面的话呢，它已经比较难走了，所以它在靠的是收购。要去等，为什么呢？因为市值跌了很多，它拥有的支付系统呢，也是对于整个 debit system 来说的话非常重要的。所以再看 所以要注意的就是，对，价格是便宜了，问题是它要花很久的时间去修复的话呢，等不等得到？如果要再用期权的话呢，你买了就算6个月的话呢，对吧？像 CNC、OSCR 呢，买了6个月、9个月到期的期权呢，可能会9个月的有一点点利润吧，因为转弯了嘛。但是大家可以看到的，最大的那个利润好像是摆在了12、18个月或者更加长的时间，给它时间去修复的。每一只股票有自己的这一个周期的。那 IBM 是怎么样的呢？ Low beta， 低波动的，所以平时也没有这么大的一个幅度的。每个股票都是高波动，快速的跌，快速的涨吗？ It doesn't work like that, right？ 有很多时候大家都见到了，暴跌之后呢，它需要有恢复期的。有些时候有一些波动大一些的公司呢，像特斯拉呢，可以来回的走动，但毕竟不是每家公司都是特斯拉会那样子的一个走势的嘛。有些公司确实波动非常的大，当然小票的话呢，再涨回去的机会呢就更加的困难了，对吧？特别是不赚钱的公司。IBM makes money though. It needs time. 另外一个点就是 IBM 都说了，现在他们看到资金呢在往 AI 这一边AI infrastructure 那边在走。Wait, let's I need to fact check myself. IBM software AI infrastructure. 因为他在说钱呢没有在往我们这一个行业板块呢在流动。对，是在那个人工智能基础设施的蓬勃发展呢，正在蚕食其他技术领域的资金嘛。他都说了，钱没有在往我们公司的走，那这样子怎么去吸引更加多的投资者过来呢？因为如果投资在跟着钱走的话呢，这里他在警告钱不再流向我们的公司方面了，再去别的地方。所以 that's not that good of a sign。 因为大家会说的嘛，为什么好像大家被吓到了？因为他说钱没有往我们这边在走动嘛，而是在往 AI 建设这一边在走嘛。You have to actually read， 你要去看一下，就是他财报到底说了什么东西，把大家给吓跑了嘛。我觉得资金会不会后面往那边流？我觉得 IBM 的点的话呢，它的 AI 是 Watson。I mean, they have that IBM Watson machines that could think, open up possibilities。长线的话呢，我更加喜欢的是量子计算的概念。但量子计算像 Cam Walsh 都说了，他说了，隔一段时间呢，就会去听到呢，量子计算就差几年了。他说这一次是不是例外呢？谁都不知道。But yeah, they got quantum computing。量子计算领先是谁 ？Google 领先。其余的 IonQ、QPTS 来说的话呢，觉得比 Google 还是 IonQ， 当然。这个也是有各范围的，你要看你是做什么 base 的。今天不想深入这一方面，毕竟我们做的主题是 Cam Walsh 嘛。There's trap ions, there's gate base, there's different quantum computing. SK Hynix 23左右，这里尾盘我比较担心的是会不会有那个套利波嘛？特别是明天呢，有盘前再来 PPI， 然后还会有这一个 Cam Walsh。今天韩国的反应呢，如果是配合美股的反应。应该是比较积极的嘛，毕竟 SK Hynix 大涨了23嘛，所以我们看一下韩国股市那边会不会让亚洲呢也给了一波回血波了。这个符合这一个时间线吗？ Yes， 因为台积电的财报在那个，如果是在看那个台股的观众的话呢，台积电的财报在那个周四的月业绩的话呢大好， Revenue monthly TSM what 68%？ Sorry not 85， 应该是68吧，没有记错的话。I think I saw 68 as a number. Was it 68? Yeah, 68% surge. 台积电的这一个月营收，所以有的时候它如果提前涨的话呢，它财报反而是 sell the news 了，所以要比较小心。那个利好已经出过了，因为有很多时候台积电会提前涨。然后那个后面财报的时候呢，容易冲高回落，所以这一点是要比较小心一点的。这边财报我还关心的是联合健康，还有这一个奈飞跟 ISRG。为什么联合健康这一次财报比较难办呢？它在很高的位置，长线角度不是很高的位置，短线是的，短线基本上在最高位置呢进入这一次财报的。So this is a key spot。 在3个半月里面呢，它涨了 67.34% 的。医保板块不是医疗健康，医保板块 healthcare 是最强劲的板块之一的。大家可以看到这里呢，大家都是这样子的。Centene 的话呢，翻倍有多，3个半月里面，当然这个市值比联合健康少，联合健康是1个。然后如果我们去看那个 OSCR 的话呢 ，right same thing， 这些图形都是超级强势的嘛。往上走的话197，哇哦，10块钱涨到30块钱，翻了3倍。医保啊 ，Oscar Health， 不能说不认识 Oscar Health， 毕竟之前呢，几个月前呢，1年前来说的话呢 ，I think it's been a year， 因为它后面走下行隧道了嘛。但是这一波呢，最终还是来了。因为大家那个时候在讨论嘛，抄底 Centene 还是做 Oscar Health， 所以那里就有很多人在看嘛。时间过了一段时间，龟兔赛跑的故事是不是跑上去了呢？毕竟医保板块的话呢，并不是像一些别的这一些我们平时在看的公司，一天给你涨个10%、15%甚至20%的 ，right？ It's not like an Iran or MBS or 另外一种那个超级能涨的这一种大幅度的这个公司的，但是 slow。慢慢跑呢，不一定就是跑输。大家可以看到这一会儿呢是涨上来的，所以这个板块里面呢普涨的基本上，药店也没有跟上来。药店美国最大的是 CVS， Look at that same thing。这个不是医保板块，但是它是药店嘛，美国最大的连锁的药店 CVS Pharmacy，52% to the upside。每幅图呢有个共同点的，都是在走在强势里面。并不是像这一个，如果我们去看半导体的话呢，半导体前面也是这样子的 ，right？ This section same thing， 让它转弯了。所以医保呢，一样的看法的，就是我会比较小心，它会不会先回落一波，再继续去找机会。医保继续走强是好事还是坏事？坏事情，因为医保是防御板块，熊市的时候呢，医保会继续去走强嘛，特别是处在高位，所以我会比较小心一点。今天不少小股上来的，我们可以看到 ONDS、SNDK 小股半导体测试有一只小股财报 AHR， 今天盘后这个是有的，这个是半导体测试。我们看一下半导体测试的小股今天有没有涨？6.36 ahead of earnings。这里更加看到的是 AAOI 总算是11了，光通信等了你好久啊，还能不能相信光呢？赖上去了 5.64， 我们看一下其余几只光吧。Coherent nothing they're doing。Sienna 我来看一下 1.13， 所以这一方面呢还真的是有点弱。赖跟美光今天都上来了，当然美光不是光通信美光是这个存储，然后赖是 5.54， AOI 多一点，市值小一点嘛。AOI 的市值就比另外几只是小很多的，100亿左右，也跌了不少。然后这一边的话呢，IMP substrate finally AXTI 是 3.34 to the upside。其他的我们来看一下 Qualcomm 怎么样，高通有没有动？因为 INTC 跟 AMD 都涨了，高通反而在跌，非常的弱。联发科前面也是跌了 4.31 的。因为博通 MediaTek 跟 MRVL 呢都是搞这一个 ASIC 这一方面的，前面我们去看过这一个点，所以看一下今天呢美股上来了，能不能去带动一下这一边的行情？这里是亚洲的行情的时候。英伟达 Really? No, seriously? Wow. 我刚刚以为我看错了，因为刚刚显示英伟达是涨了 4% 了。这没停过，看错了吧？英伟达212了吗？涨了 4%。我们刚开始的时候，它只涨了 0.96 啊。Where is this coming from? That is very interesting. 英伟达再次回到了压力区域这一边，212、215这一边，这里是有这一个压力区域的。然后再往上的话，起脚的话呢，是在高一点的230这一边的嘛。But there's a key level here， 这里基本上是对称的。往左边会不会有缺口 ？That's a good question。这一边吧，缺口在下方的205这一边的，上方的压力的话呢，应该在212，which is exactly where we are right now。我们现在就在这一个点的，对应的是前高。近期的前高的话是236这一边。So Nvidia going strong here， 因为 AMD 已经弱化了嘛 AMD 前面有6%的，但是这里下来了不少啊，573的高位是回落的，所以 AMD 那边出现一些这一个套利。另外一个我觉得非常亮眼的是服务器 ，MRV 要下一个1万亿公司的话，另外一个经常被点名的公司呢是 Dell 这一边如果突破了470这一边的话呢，恭喜Dell历史新高。没有几家的 AI 公司最近是这么的强劲了吧？感觉Dell在美一战士开始那一边呢，上来呢就一直挺强的。Server 角度 ，SMCI 有没有跟？没有跟上来。HPE 呢？惠普呢 ？I mean a little bit， 但大家可以看到 the chart on Dell looks better。服务器这一边 Cisco，I mean Cisco doesn't look that strong。Looking for the HPQ 那个 V 型反弹。刚那个不是服务器，那个是私人电脑的。So those have been moving。然后跑回来的话，今天其实涨得还挺不错。3500家公司差不多在涨，2720家在跌，道指还是红的。然后我们去看 VIX 恐慌指数的话，恐慌指数回落了，前面是遇到了这一边的压力 17.44 左右，然后被打压下去了。So that's good for now。因为很担心的就是恐慌指数悄悄涨，因为明天还有 PPI 嘛。那么如果买了些看跌期权保护的话呢，情有可原。但是暂时这里并没有危险。如果它这里悄悄上来的话，大盘还在涨的话呢，那明天就有风险了嘛。为什么我这里尾盘在谨慎呢？因为昨天暗持减仓的，但是昨天的未平衡单呢，非常的漂亮的。这些资料的话呢，大家都可以在我的 X 的官网上面呢是去找到的 Stock over J 右上角呢。就有了，所以大家在那边可以去搜索得到这一个方面这个信息。我是尽量把它给写上去。为什么最近是比较晚一点的时间？因为通常6点美东呢暗池出来的，所以我现在是等把暗池一起摆出来呢，这样子那个双方的这一个数据呢，大家可以一起同时看到。All right, Nvidia going strong here, so that's good. 看一下，刚刚在看半导体测试的，在看 AEHR 的，我看一下别的连带股。ONTL is up， KLAC 做良率检测的 4.94， Teradyne、Lam's Research、AMAT， 所以半導體設備還有測試這一邊都有上去的。Form Factor 前面也已經看過了，也有上去的。And then if we get VIAV a bit less, 2.57% to the upside. Samtech is up. STM 是 up 至 Macom 这一些的都有啊，很多老熟人熟悉的名字。基本上呢，如果我们打开热点图的话呢，半导体这边应该是绿油油的一片，然后软件应用板块本来是红的，但是今天还好。今天的分化呢是微软、苹果7强版本呢走弱，英伟达半导体呢绿油油的一片，软件应用板块这一边呢分化，像 Now 这一些在走弱的 ，FICO 走弱 ，Uber 走弱。IBM 大跌 ，so those are coming down。有没有板块轮动呢？确实有一点啊，因为医疗健康走强的之前的嘛 ，see it's going weak， 就在前面他们在讨论呢，这边在讨论对吧？去买这一个生物科技股嘛，这些消息开始去透露出来，所以前面跟大家讨论了嘛，很多人在讨论的时候呢，不一定是一个好事情，因为你还有多少的这一个潜在的价值呢，能去把它给拿出来吗？并不代表生物科技股再不能涨啊，或者是怎么样，因为后面的 AI 故事呢，我是喜欢这个主题的，特别是 genomics 基因组的方面，还有在药物的探索上面呢，我觉得这个领域非常可观。但是短线的动能的话呢，如果板块轮动了，跑回去做半导体，为什么呢？因为财报快要来了，所以财报那一边才会开局呢，去告诉我们到底 AI capex 呢是这一个继续的去奏乐，继续的去舞呢，还是怎么样的？我们要去知道那个故事继不继续呢？是摆在后面的。今天 CPI 没怎么来得及去做报告啊，大家可以看到这个负 0.4 呢 is pretty crazy， 但是 Kevin Walsh 的点评比较重要嘛，所以他已经说了这份报告不错，但是并不代表任务完成呢。So that was that。另外的就是一份报告不代表一个趋势嘛，但是我觉得这里呢是为了这一个按兵不动，然后晚点时间转向降息呢。去埋了一个伏笔的。All right, and that's that. TSM 前面已经讨论过了，技术图的话呢是在隧道，日线是隧道。今天忘了看康宁，一会儿看康宁。刚刚看了光通信，忘了看玻璃。TSM 这一边的话呢，不是这么的有利啊，因为68%的那个业绩呢是挺不错的 ，but we're seeing some 在那个财报出来之前呢，有些套利的，所以这一次 TSM 台积电进入财报有点不一样啊，因为之前是它会冲高的嘛，然后会回落，但这一次有点不一样，它先跌了。我看一下前面的，这里有 earnings，see it jumps up， 因为这里是7号嘛，8号这一边的直接跳高的，大涨了6%左右，然后推高了，财报呢回落。回落之后找到支撑呢，继续的往隧道的上沿去走嘛，所以这里上行隧道破位呢是有点担心的。进入这一次财报，图形是怎么样的？头肩顶、左肩膀、头部，然后这里就难说了。它下来的话呢，是这一边的支撑嘛？如果财报跌的比较多的话呢，可能是这一边的幅度吧，做那个400的防守战嘛。So we have to see what happens。这里 price action 并不是这么的理想。ASML 的话。这个先上来的，大家可以看到差不多的，就是你比较担心的呢，大家比较担心的呢，就是是不是要转弯了，开始打开这一个右侧了嘛。所以这两只半导体设备的巨头来说的话呢 ，ASML、EUV、台积电那边代工厂，yeah， we'll have to see what happens。All right。一会儿这边更新的时候会继续的去看的。对，也要看一下那个下一次 CPI 会怎么样，因为下一次 CPI 的话呢，地缘政治的这个影响嘛，油价下来了，大家可以看到油价下来之后呢 ，CPI 果然是降的比较的快一点了。康宁是回到了上行隧道的下方这一边，冲高回落了，所以尾盘小心套一波。对 ，CrowdStrike 涨了10%，前面已经讨论过了。英伟达下半年有新高。再读直播间这一边再更新一下。Peltier Hynix 怎么加会员？有 Q2 啊，在片尾那一边，把它摆在那一边吧。明天再继续看呢。这里球赛快要开始了。今天就先点评到这里了，我把那个咨询加入会员的 QR 呢留在屏幕上面，大家有兴趣的话可以去咨询。每一周3次的深度分析，90到120分钟。然后平时的话呢，我们是在微信上面呢有这一个会员的这个分析讨论点位，期权异动，宏观走势、板块概念看好哪一些，那边会有更加深度的一些分析。所以明天呢同样的时间，然后是上来去看。Season 1 Episode 2， 对吧？第1季第2集，Wash 在国会山一游，也不是一游了，数日游。明天是第2天，有没有第3天没有了，要再等多半年了。All right， 感谢各位收看了，今天比较久，接近5个小时了，4个半小时直播。对，要去补眠了。今天就靠了这一杯抹茶去顶住，昨天就开始喝了，总算今天股市是比较绿油油一片了。因为昨天的话比较的是走心啊，特别是 Core U 的那个负26%，然后存储那一边还有 SNDK 嘛，今天转天有做空限制，当然没有完全的去回血啊，但是还是有一部分的。所以现在难做的地方就是好一天坏一天嘛。所以明天上来直播呢，继续去收看呢。All right， 大家有兴趣的话，可以扫这一边的这一个二维码，还有一些位置。我们明天再见，感谢各位观看。大家如果觉得点评不错的话，可以点个赞。还没有订阅的小伙伴，记得敲进小铃铛，就不会错过明天的更新。周四有没有直播？周四应该是会有一档的，但是不是在盘中，在白天，而是晚上呢9点美东呢。去收看川普的 Address to the Nation， 那边应该跟上次一样，是在讨论美伊战事的更新，比较短，然后就做一下这个夜盘的反应。虽然大约知道会说什么，但是还是会去看一下， 始终有可能是跟预期不一样的嘛。如果不出意外的话呢，应该是美伊战事更新，因为这2天又点燃了嘛，停火又被撕破了，外面消息呢也是四处是各有说法的。那么就听一下川普这一边呢，官方呢是怎么样的一个说法，所以会有这种 address to the nation 不是这一些 my bad 这种总统的发言来说的话呢是相当重要的，因为他是选在了美国最多人在收看电视的时间呢上去做这一个发布嘛 right in prime time, so everyone's listening. Alright, 明天再见了。我们温哥华这一边出太阳了，希望股市能多放晴几天啊，加油。Alright, 明天再见，谢谢大家观看。